した経緯、事象について解説する前に H3 ロケットそのものについてご説明していきたいと思います。小谷さん、よろしくお願いします。
はい、まず今日打ち上げる2号機、試験機2号機なんですけれども、まずこの形態についてお話ししたいと思うんですが、試験機2号機はですね、試験機1号機と全く同じ形態で打ち上げます。つまり、衛星を載せるわけではなくてですね、性能確認用ペイロードという、BEP4 と我々呼んでるんですけれども、第一3号 A-3 を模擬したものを載せてですね、試験機1号機で実現できなかったものを実証するというのを目的にしています。でですね、H3 ロケットの、ちょっと一般的な解説はおなじみこの模型でさせていただきたいなと思うんですけれども、まずですね、ロケットにとって一番大事な部分ですね、これが一番上の部分になりますけれども、これフェアリングと呼ばれているもので、この中に人工衛星ですとか探査機っていうのを搭載します。で今回はここに BEP4 と、あとは後ほど説明しますが小型衛星2機もこの中に載ってるんですけれども、この搭載ペイロードですね、重さでいうと車 2,3 台分ぐらいの重さがあるようなものなので、これを宇宙に打ち上げるために、大きなエネルギーが必要になります。でそのエネルギーを生み出すのがこの下の部分になります。でこの下の部分ですね、一番下に、1段エンジン LE9 エンジン、これ新型のエンジンですけれどもを2機搭載しています。でこの新型のエンジンの燃料が当然必要ですので、この上の部分ですね、このオレンジの部分、これがタンクになってまして、液体水素タンク、酸素タンク、これ1段用の燃料として搭載しています。でここの少し色が変わったところですね、ここ見えないんですけれども、この中に2段のエンジンですね LE5B3 が搭載されていて、でその上にですね液体酸素と水素、ちょっと見えてますけど水素タンクですね、これ2段用のタンクが見えています。で一番下にこの小さい白いロケットがついてますけれども、これは固体ロケットブースター SRB3 と呼ばれているもので、この2本の固体ブースターと2つの1段エンジン、これを使って、だいたい高度260キロぐらいまでこの1段と SRB3 で運びます。でさらにその上はですね、今度は人工衛星を軌道に投入するという目的で、この2段を燃焼して運んでいくというものなんですけれども、1号機ではこの2段のエンジンを着火することができなかったと、そういった事象が発生しましたね。はい、
この人工衛星を軌道に乗せるために重要な役割を果たすのがこの2段ロケットについた2段機体ということになるわけですね。では H3 ロケットの特徴といえばどんなものがあるんでしょうか。
H3 ロケットはですね、今まで日本が培ってきた、H2A ですとかその前のロケットもそうなんですけれども、この技術を継承して生まれたロケットです。でさらに新しい技術もたくさん投入しているわけなんですけれども、で目的としては柔軟性、高信頼性、低価格というのがありますが、要するに、どんなものでも運べて、そして安心して運べて、そしてさらには安く運べるというのを目標にしたロケットになります。でこれ民間ビジネスにですね、すぐに移行できるようにですね、開発の初期の段階からどんなロケットにしたらいいんだろうっていうのを民間企業と一緒になって考えて作られたロケットで、世界のニーズに応えて世界で活躍できるよう、そういったロケットに仕上げたいと思っているところです。
ちなみに外観の特徴というのはどんなものがありますでしょうか。
外観ですけれども、パッと見、我々からすると大きいなって思うんですけれども、 H2A に比べると、一回りぐらい大きいロケットになっています。全長はですね、これ57メートルなんですけれども、フェアリング2タイプありまして、ショートバージョンだと57メートルで、ロングバージョンのフェアリングを使うと63メートルともう少し長くなるんですけれども、今回ショートバージョンで打ち上げをいたします。
はい、高さのイメージですが、大阪城が土台も含めて天守閣まで約58メートルということなので、お城と同じぐらいの高さと思うとかなり大きいものであることが分かりますよね。
大阪城ですか。大阪城といえば今3代目らしいんですよね。2回建て直してですね。
そうなんですね。
H3 も1号機で2回やって、今回3度目の正直ということですけれども、ちょっとつながりを感じますね。
はい、小谷さん解説ありがとうございました。そして試験機1号機の失敗から約1年、数々の困難を乗り越え原因究明に当たってきました。 ここでそれらの原因究明の内容について VTR でご紹介します。ジャーナリストとしてご活躍されている堀潤さんにご出演いただき、皆さんが疑問に思うことなどを JAXA ロケット開発担当者の森さんに聞いていただきました。こちらの VTR をご覧ください。
皆さんこんにちは。今回ナビゲーターを務めますジャーナリストの堀潤です。さあ、今回は試験機2号機の打ち上げにあたって前回の打ち上げを振り返るためにここ種子島に来ています。ロケット発射担当である森茂さんにご案内いただきます。森さん、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
早速ですがご案内いただけますか。
はい、こちらへどうぞ。
はい。この場所はどういう場所になりますか。
はい、ここはですね、発射管制塔、通称我々 LCC と呼んでいますが、ロケットに、燃料を充填したり、あとはロケットの機能試験をしたり、そういった危険な作業を遠隔で行うための建物になります。
当時の緊張をそのままにもう一度振り返ると、
はい、
どのようなことが起きていったのかっていうのは、はい、もう少し概要を教えてもらってもいいですか。
はい、LE9 に火がついて、でそれから約5秒くらいした後に両側にあります固体ロケットブースターに火がついて、そうすると同時に浮き上がるんですね。で、最初はSRB が燃え尽きて分離し、であと衛星フェアリング、これが大気圏を突入出たところで高度が上がったところで分離し、で1段の燃料が枯渇するまで燃えて LE9 エンジンが無事停止し、でその後1段ロケットと2段ロケット、ここを切り離しを行います。ここまで、当初の予定通り、ほぼノミナルの計画通りにフライトしていきました。でその後、1、2段が分離した後に2段のエンジンが着火するはずだったんですね。
現在第2段エンジンの着火が確認されておりません。
ミッション成功する見込みがないということから指令破壊信号を送信しました。
2段のエンジンが着火すると2段エンジンの燃焼圧、中の圧力がぐっと上がっていくんですけれど、そのグラフをずっと見てたんですが予定の時間になっても上がらないと。その2段エンジン着火しなかったというふうに思った時には、これは打ち上げ失敗なんだというふうに思いましたけれど、何が起こっているのかというのを各系の技術者たちにお願いをして、自分たちの系が打ち上がってリフトオフした後にそのタイミングまでどうであったかっていうのを整理しましょうということをお願いをして、でそうですね、打ち上げ失敗が分かって1時間経たないくらいですかね、くらいのタイミングでどこら辺に、何がきっかけでおかしかったのかっていうところは洗い出すような、そんな時間スケールで作業を進めていきました。
どんなことを洗い出していったのか、原因についてはどういったことを想定しながらその洗い出しというのを当時直後の段階でやられたんですか。
はい、直後から2段エンジンの着火信号、セイグと呼んでるんですけれど、その信号が出たということは分かっていたんですけれども、着火しなかった、でその2段のエンジン着火するための電源が落ちたっていうことまではすぐに分かったので、そういったのがどういう要因があるのかっていうところを網羅的に見ていきましょうということで、あらゆる可能性、これを洗い出していこうということでみんなで取り組みました。
この現場はどういう場所になり、何をこれから進めていくんですか。
はい、ここは、種子島宇宙センターにある、LP2 第2射点と呼ばれる場所でして、まさに H3 ロケットを打ち上げる射点になります。試験機1号機もここから打ち上げしましたし、試験機2号機もまさにこの射点から打ち上げを行います。
ではここから2号機を打ち上げるに至るまでですが、どういった取り組みをしてきたんでしょうか。
はい、試験機1号機の失敗の後、我々原因究明をさまざまな再現試験などを踏まえて行ってまいりました。その中で最終的にいくつかシナリオこれだというのを絞り込むすることができましたので、今 VAB の中で組み立てているロケットというのもそれらの対策を施したものになっています。政府の委員会にも原因究明の状況を逐次報告しながら、皆さんに分かりやすい形でできる限りお伝えしながら進めてこようということで取り組んできました。はい、お願いします。ここは VAB と我々呼んでいまして、大型ロケット組み立て棟になります。まさにロケットを組み立てる専用の建物ですので、天井も非常に高くなっていますね。
まさにですね。
はい、こちらが H3 用の移動発射台でして、今カーテンに仕掛けてるんですが、この向こうに H3 の試験機2号機があります。 態になります。
森さん、いよいよですけれども、さまざまな苦難を乗り越えようやくここまで来ました。振り返ってみると何がどのように改善されたから自信を持って送り出せるのか、いかがですか？
そうですね、我々試験機1号機失敗してから、8ヶ月くらいかけて原因究明の活動をやってきました。最初は何が起こったんだろうっていうところからスタートし、だんだん要因絞り込んでいって、最終的に残ったシナリオに対して全て手を打とうということで設計変更を決めて改良してまいりました。でその改良した機体というのを種子島宇宙センターでもう一度組み立てて全部問題なかったかというのを確認して準備を整えてきています。ですのでそういった活動を通じて試験機2号機、ここはもう自信を持って打ち上げ臨める、そういう気持ちになっています。
はい、ありがとうございました。
はい、VTR にて H3 ロケット試験機1号機打ち上げ失敗の原因についてロケット担当の森さんに話していただきましたが、ここからは小谷さんにもう少し詳しくご説明いただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
はい、VTR でもあった通り、失敗した原因っていうのは2段エンジンが着火しなかったっていうことが原因なんですけれども、どうしてそれが起こったかっていうのはですね、2段エンジンに、着火をさせるために、電気機器がいっぱいついてるんですけれども、ここへの電源供給が断たれてしまった、電気が送れなくなっちゃったということが原因になってます。で、ここからもう少しですね、分かりやすくですね、なるべく簡単に説明していきたいと思うんですけれども、まずですね、このイメージ図にある通りですね、H3 ロケットの第2弾の電気系とエンジンのここの拡大図を見せています。で、2段エンジンというのはですね、信頼性を高めるという意味でこの2段エンジンをコントロールする、電気機器ですね、これを2段推進系コントローラー、ここでは PSC2 と書いてますけれども、これを2つ用意してます。我々上長系とも言ってるんですけれども、これ2つあることで、片方が壊れちゃっても、もう一つが生きていれば作動させることができるというものです。でこの一番下にエキサイターと書いてある部分がありますけれども、これ2段エンジンの一部なんですけれども、これが2段エンジンを着火させるための、電気で火花を作る機械になります。で、ここにですね、着火信号というのは届いたのは分かってはいるんですけれども、その直後ですね、この PSC2 がですね電流異常、電気が大きい電気が流れてるよっていう、異常を検知してですね電源供給をやめてしまったという事象が起きました。で片方電源供給やめたんですけれども、実はもう片方もですね電源供給をやめてしまって、このせっかく2つある2つからの電源供給が断たれてしまったことで、結果的にこのエキサイター、火花を打ち出す装置が動かなくて、着火できなかったという事象になります。
なるほど。この本来2つある2段推進系コントローラー PSC2 はどちらかが停止してしまっても問題ない作りになっていましたが、両方停止してしまったことからもう完全に電気の供給がなくなってしまったということになるわけですね。この実績もあって信頼性が高いと思われていた2段エンジンだったわけですが、試験機1号機での電流異常というのはどのようにして起こってしまったんでしょうか？
はい、エンジンそのものっていうのは、おっしゃる通り信頼性高くて問題ないんですけれども、この電気機器の分ですね、これ H3 でも少しだけ設計変更してるんですけれども、ここに問題があったというのが分かってます。先ほど説明した2段エンジンを制御する2段推進系コントローラー PSC2 なんですけれども、これっていうのは原因究明の段階では割と早い段階で、ここに問題があったというのは分かっています。で、ただ具体的に何が問題だったかっていうのを見つけるのが非常に大変でですね、たくさんあるフライトデータの中から小さなヒントを見逃さずにですね、地上でもたくさん試験をしてですね、それで少しずつ原因を絞り込んでいったという形です。で、最終的にはですね故障シナリオといって、こういう形で故障したっていうケースを3つに絞って、この3つに対して全て対策を施すことで、今回の試験機2号機に挑むという判断をしました。
はい、そしてその3つの故障シナリオというのがエキサイターに関わるものが2つ、そして PSC2 2段推進系コントローラーに関わるものが1つの計3つとなります。で1つ目はエキサイター内部が故障したということですが、これはどういったものだったんでしょうか。
はい、まず、エキサイターなんですけれども、先ほども少し説明したように火花を電気で作るという装置なんですけれども、これはエンジンを着火するためのものです。でこれは小さい入れ物の中に、基板とか配線がいっぱい詰まったようなもので、この部品を組み込むときにですね、例えば配線の一部がですね別のところに触れちゃって、そっちに電気を流してしまうような状態になっていた、可能性があってですね、これ違うところに電気が流れてしまうと、石器よりも大きな電気が流れてしまって、でそれで機器を壊してしまうということが発生します。で、これはですね打ち上げ前に当然試験もしてるんですけれども、その段階では分からずに、打ち上げ後ですね、ロケットのいろんな振動とかで、こういう他のところに電気を流してしまうような状態になって、でこの着火信号を送ったタイミングで、違うところに電気を流して壊してしまったということが発生したと考えられています。で、この対策としてはですね、この違う方向に電気が流れないように、電気の通らないようなもので、保護をして、そういうことが起きないようにするとかですね、検査の段階で、X 線の検査を使ったりして、でこういった他のところに流すような形になってないかっていう検査もしています。
はい、エキサイターの中で部品が故障して大きな電流が PSC2 2段推進系コントローラーの方に流れてしまったというようなイメージですね。
はい、
でちなみにエキサイターというのは
Big entry oversteer in turn one. Just the air vent leaving the corner. I don't think that's going to make any difference to the car balance, but Van der Linde in the car 22, and I'd expect he's going to be the man that qualifies this car. So a bit of an indication that the team's now starting to trend towards lap speed and making sure they find themselves inside that top 15 ahead of qualifying at 12:30 or 12:40 local time today. But it's not going to happen on this lap for Van der Linde with that massive over-rotation. Killed the run up Mountain Straight.
22 minutes then to go with light cloud cover at the moment. Temperature's been rising rather nicely since sunrise this morning. There was a little bit of tried really hard to rain overnight, and what we got was a bit of low-lying fog this morning, very reminiscent of the early hours going into Sebring on the Le Mans, which was absolutely perfect. And now we've just got a little bit of cover, which will be great for the track temperature, Garth. Just making that hover around about the right area.
Yeah, that's right. But it's very light cloud cover, so you actually see quite a bit of UV down here on pit straight, and UV is the enemy of lap time, when especially here at Bathurst. So if you can find, we used to call them quali clouds. If you can find a little cloud that comes over the track, you'd find 2 or 3 tenths instantly just with the UV going away. It's not necessarily the track temperature, it's the amount of UV that the surface receives.
And how does a racetrack change if it gets resurfaced, which this place did relatively recently, and goes from worn lighter grey to very dark?
Yeah, so the temperature has a much bigger effect, so the sunlight has a much bigger effect, because whenever we resurface a racetrack, it's like whenever a road gets resurfaced, it's very black, very dark, so obviously black tarmac attracts the heat and radius, so track temperatures versus ambient temperatures much higher when the surface is brand new, but the flip side of that is whenever a surface is brand new, you get a huge amount of grip from it. So it's been a little while since Bathurst has been resurfaced. Phillip Island here in Australia has just been redone ahead of MotoGP later in the year. And some of the GT teams that were testing down there, it was near on 4 seconds faster at Phillip Island than what it was last year.
Everyone will be lining up to go and get a Phillip Island. I'm sorry, there's something wrong with my headset. I thought you said 4 seconds.
Yeah, it was mega fast.
Well,
some of the
next weekend is going to be worth looking, then, isn't it? In an 85-second lap at that place.
Yeah, so as percentage per lap time, it was a fair increase.
Everyone's going to look like a hero for the next 12 months at the island.
So Jules Gounon is behind the wheel of car 75 and has clear racetrack in front of him. In fact, the next car in front is the number 230 Method Motorsport McLaren, which is coming down into the final corner. So Jules needs to make the most of this
lap and the next one, I reckon,
there it
going on.
Kelvin van der Linde has cleared all of the traffic that was in front of him. So he's got equivalent cars now in terms of lap speed in front of him. So he should be good to go. And in fact, he's just set the quickest middle sector of the session back in 8th position in car number 22. So this is going to be our first real representative look at a lap time now since we've gone back to green flag running. Gounon's lap still not utterly spectacular. Building up to it, it was a 4.2. Imagine going back 10 years and saying a 4.2 is not particularly spectacular.
Yeah.
And people would look at you like you're completely mad.
What's wrong with you, Richard Trail? It's interesting just to watch the difference in lap times in the sectors. So the fastest first sector is Gounon with a 50.6. Van der Linde's just done a personal best first sector, but it's a 51.0. So 4 tenths Van der Linde to third with a 204.0. So we often talk a lot about how the different cars make their lap times in different ways. And the AMG Mercedes with that big torquey engine for the pull up here, up Mountain Straight. Some of the real weak aspects of the Audi has been the punch off turn 1 and the punch out of the cutting, which are both in the first sector. So where it does make its lap time is across the top of the mountain. Van der Linde was purple on that previous lap in the first sector, 31.7. So
the Merc has traditionally always been the best car in Sector 1.
Yeah.
It's got all that bottom end grunt.
It's torque.
Yeah.
It's all about torque, getting up in the first sector, getting up the hill. You can just see, I mean, the TV's not doing it justice, but we know how ridiculously steep it is to about here, and then it's all downhill sailing. So he found a little bit there, Van der Linde.
Max Martin goes up into third in the 46 BMW. That car had to sit out 10 minutes for a red flag overtaking.
Are we okay?
Misadventure. We're all okay. Somebody had gone up. I think it's the KTM that's in front of Van der Linde. Certainly got a lot of orange on the car. No, it's not.
I think it's Philippe Fraga, the next car on the road in the Group M AMG.
Yeah. Dropped off the right-hand side. Pirelli's into the dirt. Didn't bunker it.
3 people in the commentary box just hiding behind the table.
That was a really good example of how you lose all your vision when something like that happens. So Van der Linde, we were sitting next to him, and you cannot see through the dust at all. So you could hear straight away he rolled out of it. This is a good lap to keep an eye on. Cam Waters got my attention in the first sector. Bang, to the top. 3.5. So he beat Van der Linde in the middle sector in a Merc.
And he had clear track. He was the next car back with it. Had a big gap. He had the whole of Conrad between him and the next car.
Have a go at the timing screen. For those of you that got a timing screen, it's all coloured.
Yes.
Maxime Martin's on a mega first sector. This will be interesting to see what this is like off the corner. No, it went away in the middle sector.
They weren't very happy with 222, the STM car yesterday, Garth, at all. The early sessions were really hard work for them, and they were floating around in the sixes and couldn't get much more out of it. So they made quite a few big changes to that car later in the day yesterday, which with the changing conditions probably weren't reflected in lap time, but they felt like the car was better. They were a bit frustrated they couldn't run in practice 4 because it was a bronze only session and they're an all-pro car. They thought they were better off. They've backed that up today. They've verified that the changes they've made are good, and that car now has been switched on. So Waters quickest. Maxime Martin, middle sector wasn't special for him, but there's still improvement, 203.6.
There's big lap time in that car.
Totally.
So let's head down to Shea in the pit lane. We've got 15 minutes left, coming down to 15 minutes, Shea. Are we seeing new sets of sticker tyres coming out, or did people put sticker tyres on earlier? You tell me, what's going on?
We are seeing the sweat marks coming out in people's T-shirts. The poker faces are starting to drop off quite a bit because there are cars that feel that they should be within that top 15 that aren't yet, and cars that feel like they should be atop of the timing sheets that also aren't up there. We've got Jordan Love behind the wheel of the 88. This Mercedes has just put on 4 brand new Pirellis. And a couple moments ago, we had Ross Gunn for the Heart of Racing. I almost said it, but I didn't. Mercedes.
Well saved.
That
Nice.
car came in again for 4 new Pirelli tires. So Ross went back out. He should now be on that fast lap. We've also got the Super Barn Mercedes in. That's the 47. They've just gone to stickers. And the number 2 Audi from the Melbourne Performance Center. They too have put a load of stickers on that car.
And if you're wondering why we're not talking about Paul Tracy, that IRC TechWorks Motorsport Mark GT has been in the pit lane for whole of this session. It is a gearbox issue that requires a software upgrade. They've lost a 1 or a 0 somewhere. It's lying on the floor. If anybody sees it, let me know.
2:03.4 for Kelvin van der Linde goes to the top now. So finally gets a clear track. That's his 3rd push lap in this run. So they're learning as well for how qualifying is going to play out later in the day, both in main qualifying and then in the shootout later on.
Second. Lee Holdsworth goes to second and 3.5. Only 7/100ths behind Kelvin van der Linde
6,000
in the same car. So for Leroy, that's not a bad lap time.
We'll be chuffed with that.
So talking about tyres, we're hearing from Shay cars starting to roll on a green tyre or a new tyre. After that red flag, I would have put a set of tyres on the lowest kilometre used tyre that you had, and give that to your driver so they can play their eye in ahead of then putting a green tyre on, probably now with 15-13 minutes to go, so they can have a crack ride at the end.
So Luke Youlden at a 2:05.5 is now 15th, and therefore the last car that we're getting to the top 50% part of qualifying. But I think that's going to change with 13 minutes to go. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Great lap Holdsworth. So van der Linde, Holdsworth, Waters 1, 2 and 3, Martin next, and Jules Gounon. One person we haven't heard from this morning is our friend and buddy Chad Nailon. And I think that's Chad arriving.
He's just arriving now.
Yeah, he's just
got his jet to the airport and then gets a helicopter to the track.
There's different levels, Garth. Some of us might have merch, but some of us get private jets. And
not only to the race, but from home from the race as well.
Chad Nailon is in private jet too.
The rest of us fly commercial, but not Chad. He flies private.
Some good sector time
outside his back door on the way back. It's chopping straight to his back.
Yeah.
Some good sector times a little bit further down of cars that we may well see. Ross Gunn in the Heart of Racing AMG did a 4 earlier today in practice 5. So that's a car with potential performance to get into that top 15.
David rookies there, though, remember.
True, but he did the lap time, so there's no reason to say he can't get in. David Wall as well has the potential to get the 93 Lambo into that top 15. They actually only just missed the shootout last year, the Wall Racing squad, in the previous generation Lamborghini Huracan. That new car they love. They say it's so much better to drive, much better balanced, easier to extract speed from, and they've just been building up to it all weekend long with David Wall, Adrian Dietz, Tony D'Alberto and Grant Denyer doing the steering. Luke Youlden, Bathurst 1000 champ behind the wheel of car 44 for Valmont Racing. They're now the car that is 15th position. Youlden looking just to get himself a little bit further up the order.
Yeah, I think you'd want to lay one down in personal best first sector. So Youlden on a lap here for this car just to buy a bit of safety. Another car that's certainly not in the 15 at the moment is Ricardo Feller in the number 2 Audi out of MPC. So you'd expect that car will be...
And there was wind, and the status had exceeded the specified volume. So the postponement.
Had to do a gearbox change overnight on that car as well. So it hasn't been smooth sailing for the car that counts Bathurst's favourite son, Brad Schumacher, among its driver lineup. Marcus Winkelhock as well. Although Winkelhock was very quick earlier today, as you'd expect. The guy's been here 9 times, so he knows his way around Mount Panorama.
Lap gone away from Youlden, got caught up behind the AMG GT4 Mercedes, so he'll need to reset and have another go. Just under 11 minutes left in this session. Fella on a personal best middle sector and a personal best cumulative to the end. Oh, there he is, so he's going to get the same car. So rinse and repeat for both these Audis on this lap. So he goes to the outside, which will allow him to start this next lap. Which was a smart move, but a bit of traffic pollution in there, 5.8, so no improvement.
And Paul Tracy is out of the pits, is he?
No.
Still there. Sorry. I thought I saw something counting up there.
I think they're parked up. For the
Yeah,
rest
I think
of it,
you're right.
not going anywhere. Fella, probably the car worth following in car 2. We'll keep you up to speed with him because he's the big name, the big entry that isn't in that 15 yet. And he has got decent clear racetrack in front of him. He's following Luke Youlden.
So, yeah, I mean, Luke Youlden, Ricardo Fella, Tony D'Alberto.
Yep.
So 2 Audis and the Lamborghini would be the 3 that are playing for that spot.
The best thing is, for us, not necessarily for them, one of them's going to miss out. There's going to be someone disappointed at the end of this session about not making the top 50%. It's great for us because it shows how deep this field is.
Well, it's not the end of the world, like we said earlier, it's not the end of the world because you still get to go in quali, but you'll have to qualify with some of the slower GT4 cars and the invitationals. So the potential to have your lap held up like we saw for Luke Youlden and Ricardo Fella is higher in that slower 50% group.
Shea Adams in the pit lane. I can hear more rattle guns. Shea.
You were a little premature saying Paul Tracy was out of the pit lane, but he was rolling down it. That car is on the racetrack now. Great job to the T2 crew for getting the car back out before the end of the session, so at least they can do a shakedown with 10 minutes. But well, when the car rolled out, there was 10 minutes to go. There's 9 minutes to go now. They should actually get a few decent laps. And you guys were talking about rinse, repeat, put new tires on the car, go again. The fastest car in the session, Kelvin van der Linde is still behind the wheel, came in, put new Pirellis on. It's still sitting in the garage, and it's still up on the hijacks with the mechanics very slowly rotating all 4 of the Pirellis by hand. But they are ready to go again if need be. I have no idea why they would, but the sister car, the number 9, that car was second fastest the last time I looked. That car is going again.
Building up towards a very important last 3 or 4 laps with 8.5 minutes. If you're just joining us, nice timing here at the Repco Bathurst 12 Hours for 2024. And this is the next, well, basically this is going to decide when and who, if you qualify. And as we've made the point, it won't stop you getting pole position, potentially, or qualifying through to the shootout, the Pirelli shootout. But you're going to have to plan and scheme a bit more, Krillsy, if you're in that bottom 15.
Paul Tracy on screen, so that's the IRC GT. TechWorks Motorsport back on track. Had the fortunate ability to go and see Paul race a champ car in its full pomp and 900 horsepower circumstance on the Gold Coast in the early 2000s, and those things were the coolest racing cars that have ever existed. While that's all been going on, Jordan Love has gone quickest for Johor Motorsport, JMR 888 at a 203.0. Ross Gunn, 203.25, goes second. Good lap for Heart of Racing. 0.1 behind, and van der Linde back to third. That was scary.
That was nearly a plane crash, that one.
Well, 2 AMGs coming out of the BMW M elbow, and just enough peripheral vision to stop something very nasty and very expensive happening there.
We just threw Chad Nalon under a helicopter before. That would have been one at that point of the road.
That's right. So we heard from Shea saying that they've got new tyres on Kelvin van der Linde's car, and they're just sitting there on the jacks rotating the tyres, and they were doing the same thing for Lee Holdsworth in the team car. What they're doing there is actually trying to get a bit of heat soak into the tyre and get a bit of extra temperature in the tyre before they leave pit lane, so the tyre switches on a bit more quickly. So that's also a bit of pre-planning ahead of qualifying to understand how the tyre comes in.
So listen to the engine and listen to the gear shifts. Coming up to Griffin Bend now. What was the number 2 there?
Yeah, I've seen that on all the AMGs, that readout number 2. I'm not sure what that is. It's not the gear number. So whether it's an ABS number or a traction control number, which traditionally would have on the dash rather than a bigger readout like that, I'm not so sure.
That lap important too. Maro Engel, only 15th at this point. Reigning pole sitter.
And it's curious, I mean, the intensity level is going to go up now, which when the intensity level goes up, the potential for red flags comes up. Yeah. So if you find yourself close to the bubble and the red flag comes out with 5 minutes to go, you won't get a crack.
It's a corresponding curve, isn't it?
As the intensity comes up, so does the risk. So
what's interesting is the ultimate lap time.
Warning car 88 for pit lane speed.
The ultimate lap time is a 2:02.4. We're half a second away from that at the moment with Jordan Love, which is exactly where you thought we might be for the bubble. So this session has not picked up the pace we expected.
Yeah, no, it hasn't. And Engel's on a lap here, which personal best first sector, personal best second sector, but he's half a second away in the first sector and 7/10 away in the middle sector. So whilst this car's going the fastest it's gone so far in this session, it's not going as fast as we would expect it to go.
But in 5 minutes, the time to get into that top 50%'s gone from a 5.5 to a 4.3.
Yeah, I told you it would come in. It would certainly come in. So Engel's going to do a lap here that will move him up, but it's not going to move him to the top or anywhere near the top. So comes to 12th, which I wouldn't say that's super safe when you've got Brock Feeney behind you, Ricardo Fella behind you, Picarello behind you. Tony D'Alberto can do a lap around here. So we saw the heroics that Brock Feeney did in this car last year.
Oh, yeah. I saw Nick Percat's name there. I was going to go, well, he could do it, but he's done a 6.
He's not allowed to.
Which is 0.3 of a second off the maximum that time car's allowed to do.
Let's quickly check in with Shea as we move into the last 4 minutes.
Seeing a lot of cars that have already pitted and parked up, including the fastest car with Jordan Love, and that has now just changed because his sister car has pipped him for the fastest time with Brock Feeney. They're getting ready to take that car into Ross Gunn already in the garage, and Kelvin van der Linde still in the garage. Jules Gounon came in a long time ago in the Sun Energy One Mercedes and has not indicated to go back out. One of the BMWs was out on the track for quite some time. I think that's the 46 that's still out there, but it was Valentino Rossi that they put back aboard. So Maxime Martin, having done the lap time, the sister car has been in for a little while. That's the 32. Sheldon van der Linde was the one who qualified that.
Another great lap from Brock Feeney in a GT3 car at Mount Panorama. Lost pole by a 10th last year. Would have been a hero had it not been for that incredible lap from Maro Engel, continuing to prove how diverse and skilled a driver he is.
の前には本当に多くの人たちと一緒に準備を続けてきていて、打ち上げたら、何かあってもそこを修理できるわけではありませんので、もう人間ができることは本当にそれこそ、飛行を安全に中断することだけなんですね、打ち上がったら。なので打ち上げの前には、自分たちが納得してこれなら大丈夫というところまで徹底的にやった上での、打ち上げ、そしてその先の失敗でしたので、もう本当に信じられない思いでしたね。
その事故原因というかトラブル原因というか、この間の検証の過程において岡田さんはどうご覧になってきましたか？
はい、打ち上げの失敗3月7日でした。でその当日からもう飛行データの分析に入りまして、ただこの飛行データというのは本当に厄介なもので、数がデータの数が限られているとか、時間的の分解能も少ない、つまり飛び飛びのデータしかないわけですね。その中で何が起きたかっていうのをまず割り出していくときに、パズルを解くようにして順を追って何が起きたかを見ていくんですけども、どうしてもやっぱり最後物が現物がないので、これだっていう確信を持つところまでが本当に時間がかかりました。ロケットのこの失敗から立ち直る時っていうのはいろいろなパターンがあるんですけれども、本当に原因を突き詰めてもう明らかに証拠が出てきて、もうその一つに絞られる場合と、今回我々が取ったようにあるところまで絞ったらそこに全部網をかけて対応して、次に臨むと、ここの塩梅がすごく難しいところで、そうですね、3月の7日からちょうど 4,5 ヶ月した時にはもう出口が見えない状態で、ようやく先に光が見え始めた時にはちょっと嬉しかったですね。ただ最後10月に報告書をまとめさせていただいて、やっぱりようやくスタートラインに立ったなっていう気持ち。
この検証期間、この1年間でやはりより強くなった、より良くなった、よりアップデートされた、そう考えてもいいですか？
そうですね、やはりロケットの試験機というのは初めてのことだらけでして、もちろん地上でそれに近いことをやります。極端なことを言うと、エンジンに火がついて発射台から飛び立つ時に発射台にぶつかって飛ばないかとか、 実際に飛行している中でちゃんと分離をするのかとか、全部一つずつ新しいことなんですね。で1号機は一通り2段の着火の寸前まではそれが一通り検証できたので、基本的な設計のところはまず抑えたと思います。それがその2回目の時に全く同じ動作をするとは限らないです。そういう意味で、基本の設計を抑えたと。あとは原因究明をする中で、その H3 ロケットのもう少しここを良くすればさらにいいロケットになるなっていうのも見えてきているところもありますので、そこについてはその原因究明と対策とはちょっと別なラインで、少し改善を加えたこともあります。それからエンジニア自体が、この失敗から非常に多くのことを学ぶっていうのは、私もそうだったんですけれども、かなり強くなったと思ってます。ですから、2号機はその強くなったエンジニアで良くなったロケット、これでなんとか成功につなげたいなっていうふうに思ってます。
今後の展望ですが、2号機打ち上げが成功してさまざまなデータが確認できて、これからどんな未来を作っていくことになりますか？
日本というのはすごくこの信頼性の高いロケットを作るっていうお家芸のようなことがありますので、まずその自分たちの目指すロケットを仕上げるというところはまず必要だと思ってます。その後で、このロケットを成長させていく、この世の中のニーズにフィットさせていくっていうことはもう今から並行して考え始めてますけれども、日本のロケットだからこれ打ち上げてほしいなっていうようなに思っていただけるようなロケットにしていく必要がありますし、それはロケット本体だけではなくて総合システムですね、システムオブシステムズ、種子島宇宙センターも含めてここから打ち上げたいなって、打ち上げてもらいたいなっていうふうに思っていただくにはどうしたらいいかっていうのを考えていく必要があると思ってます。このロケットの目標であります安心して使っていただけるロケット、そしてそれを世界中の方に使っていただけるロケット、ここが本当にこのロケットのコンセプト、大事なコンセプトなので、それを早く実現したいなというふうに思ってます。あちこちの展示物から飛行機に出てきて、黄色のこの丸い下でグレーにやっぱ抜けないようにする柱はそこに上が2段のエンジンの部分がもう動けないじゃないですか。開くんですね、スライド
やっぱり大きいですね。いよいよ打ち上げですが、どのような思いですか
？1年かけてなんとかその気持ちを整えながら2号機にようやく集中できるような状況になってきましたので、もう一山登るという意味で再挑戦だと思ってます。一日も早くその H3 を皆さんに使っていただけるようにしたいと思ってます。頑張ってくれよっていう気持ちですね。
はい、堀潤さんから岡田プロジェクトマネージャーの意気込みを聞いていただきましたが、小谷さんいかがですか？
H3 プロジェクトというのは JAXA の中でも最大規模のプロジェクトですので、しかもロケットというのはもう宇宙に行くための要ですから、なんか途方もないプレッシャーで戦ってこられたというのは私も近くで見ていて感じましたね。でこうたくさんの人をまとめ上げながらですね、原因究明を進めていくという苦難を歩みながらもですね、早く H3 ロケットを活躍の舞台に立たせたいという純粋な思いというのが今日集大成を迎えるというわけなので、私も岡田プロジェクトマネージャーも関係者皆さんもですね、武者震いで震えているという感じですね。
はい、打ち上げが成功して岡田プロマネはじめ関係者の皆さんが喜んでいるところを今回こそは見たいですね。
今回こそですね、はい、見たいと思います。
はい、ではここで再び発射管制室 LCC の様子を覗いてみましょう。
はい、皆さん落ち着いていると思います。ちゃんと皆さん自分たちの席に座ってですね、確認を淡々としているので、これ何かあるとですね、結構問題がある卓にみんな集まってみたいな会議室行ったりとかですね、そういうのが見て取れるんですけど、今順調かなというふうに思いますね。
はい、そしてこちらともつながっています。総合司令塔レンジコントロールセンター、通称 RCC です。
はい、先ほど見たのは LCC で、今回RCC 今見ていただいているのは総合司令塔です。LCC はですね、打ち上げ前のシーケンスを走らせていくわけですけれども、 RCC の方はですねちょっと違う役割がありまして、ロケットが打ち上がってからロケットを追尾するという役割があります。でロケットが飛んでいく方向に、地上局と呼ばれる大きなアンテナを配備した設備があるんですけど、そこからロケットの情報、ロケットと通信してですね情報をもらって、ここは RCC に情報が集められてですね、ロケットの飛行状態っていうのを、ここでモニターするという役割を持ってます。
はい、そしてここの RCC に岡田プロマネもいらっしゃいますよね。
そうですね、後ろ見えてますよね。文字が書いてある旗の前ですねに座ってるかなと思います。でここは岡田プロジェクトマネージャーはじめですね、ロケットの打ち上げ最高責任者を座ってますし、人工衛星があるときはですね、人工衛星の責任者なんかも座っている場所になりますね。
はい、ありがとうございます。ではだんだん打ち上げまで時間が迫ってきましたけれども、ここで本日の飛行計画を紹介させていただきます。種子島から打ち上げられる H3 ロケット試験機2号機。ここからはそのフライトシーケンスを紹介します。まずはおよそ1分56秒後 SRB3 を分離します。そして3分34秒後ペアリングを分離します。5分5秒後には第1弾第2弾が分離、そして5分17秒後に第2弾エンジン燃焼を開始します。その後もロケットは飛行を続け、打ち上げからおよそ16分43秒後に小型副衛星の CSAT-1E TIR-SAT の2機を切り離し、最後にロケット性能確認用ペイロード REP4 を分離します。衛星分離後に2段エンジンはインド洋上へ制御落下を行います。なお今回のライブ中継では2段エンジンの第1回燃焼が終了、またその直後の CSAT-1E の分離までを皆さんと見守っていきます。はい、フライトシーケンスの映像をご覧いただきました。ここで打ち上げ前のカウントダウンシーケンスについて簡単にご紹介していきましょう。
はい、ちょっと皆さんに注目してほしい点っていうのをここに並べてますけど、カウントダウンはもう始まってますが、打ち上げ240秒前ですね、6分前になると自動カウントダウンシーケンスというのが始まります。プログラムで自動的にカウントダウンしていくんですけれども、で18秒前にフライトモード、飛行できる状態にしますというのでフライトモードオンで、システム準備完了が15秒前で、6.3秒前にですね、LE9 エンジンがスタートします。
刻みますね。
はい、
6.3秒。
エンジンこれ安定化するのに少し時間がかかるので、6.3 秒前に着火して 0.4 秒前ですぐ着火する固体ブースターですね、こちらがついてリフトオフすると、そんな流れになってますので注目していただければと思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。ではここからは発射場のライブ映像と総合司令塔 RCC からの実況音声で見守っていきましょう。
はい、初陣です。楽しみですね。はい、
540打ち上げ9分前です。機体は最終的な確認作業が続けられており、現在のところすべて順調との報告を受けています。
It is 9 minutes to launch and counting. H3 is undergoing its final confirmatory reviews. Currently, everything is going smoothly and going well so far.
打ち上げ8分前より打ち上げに向けた秒読みが開始されます。
We will start the final countdown at T-8 minutes.
507、506、505、504、503、502、501、500。490、480。
打ち上げ8分前です。現在各系ともロケット打ち上げの最終作業を行っています。また警戒区域の安全は確認されています。
It's 8 minutes to launch. All systems are now in their final operations. The restricted area has been vacated and cleared.
450、440、430、420。
安全系準備完了。
Range safety system is go.
射場系準備完了。
Range system is go.
408、407、406、405、404、403、402、401、400。390、380、370、360。
打ち上げ6分前です。現在射場の天候は晴れ、気温摂氏 14.4 度、北北西の風毎秒 1.9 メートルです。
It's 6 minutes to launch. The current weather at the launch site is fine. Temperature is 14.4 degrees Celsius. Wind is 1.9 meter per second from the northwest. The weather is still a go, and currently there is no constraint for launch.
本日の打ち上げ予定時刻は日本時間の午前9時22分55秒です。
Today's scheduled lift-off time 9:22:55 seconds a.m. Japan Standard Time.
310、309、308、307、306、305、304、303、302、301、300。
打ち上げ5分前です。
It's 5 minutes to launch.
95、94、93、92、91、290、89、88、87、86、85、84、83、82、81、280、79、78、77、76、75、74、73、72、71、270、69、68、67、66、65、64、63、62、61、260、59、58、57、56、55、54、53、52、51、250、49、48、47、46、45、44、43、42、41、240、39、38、37、
自動カウントダウンシーケンス開始。
Automatic countdown sequence has been initiated.
現在ロケットの管制は竹崎発射管制塔から行われています。
H3 is now operated under the command of Takesaki Launch Control Center.
19、18、17、16、15、14、13、12、11、 11、210、209、208、207、206、
2段液体水素地上油圧開始。
Pressurization process of second stage liquid hydrogen has been initiated.
97、96、95、94、93、92、91、190、89、88。
1段液体水素地上油圧開始。
Pressurization process of first stage liquid hydrogen has been initiated.
打ち上げ3分前です。
3 minutes to launch.
75、74、73、72。
1段液体酸素地上油圧開始。
Pressurization process of first stage liquid oxygen has been initiated.
63、
機体の電源が外部から内部に切り替えられました。
The power has been switched to the internal systems.
54、53、52、51、150、49、48、47、46、45、44、43、42、41、140、39、38、37、36、35、34、33、32、31、130、29、28、27、26、25、24、23、22、21、120、19、18、17、16、15、14、13、12、11、110、109、108、107、106、105、104、103、102、101、100、99、98、97、
2段液体酸素地上油圧開始。
Pressurization process of second stage liquid oxygen has been initiated.
88、87、86、85、84、83、82、81、80、79、78、77、76、75、74、73、72、71、70、69、68、67、66、65、64、63、62、61、60。
打ち上げ1分前です。
1 minute to launch.
56、55、54、53、52、51、50。
フレームデフレクター冷却開始。
Flame deflector cooling is initiated.
44、43、42、41、40、39、38、37、36、35、34、33、32、
ウォーターカーテン散水開始。
Water spray system at the launch pad is activated.
25、24、23、22、21、20、19、18、17、16、15、
フライトモードオン。
13、
Flight mode on.
11、10。
加工品トーチ点火。
Hydrogen purge igniter on.
全システム発射完了。
All systems are go for launch.
メインエンジンスタート。
Main engine starts.
SRB3 点火リフトオフ。
Solid booster ignition and lift off.
H3 ロケット試験機2号機は2024年2月17日午前9時22分55秒に種子島宇宙センターから打ち上げられました。
We have a successful lift-off of H3 launch vehicle test flight number 2 from JAXA Tanegashima Space Center at 9:22:55 seconds a.m. on February 11th, 2024, Japan Standard Time.
打ち上げ以降ロケットの管制は竹崎発射管制塔から竹崎総合司令塔に引き継がれています。
The operation control of H3 has been switched from launch control center to range control center.
ロケットは現在東南東方向の太平洋上へ飛行しています。
H3 is now flying above Pacific Ocean to the east-southeast.
打ち上げ後1分が経過しました。
It's 1 minute into flight.
ロケットは正常に飛行中。 地上局のロケット追尾状況も正常です。
The HT5 is on course, and the ground stations are tracking the launch vehicle, and all is good.
SRB3 分離
Solid booster separation.
ロケットは現在種子島内之浦の地上局から追尾されています。
Currently, Tanegashima and Uchinora ground stations are tracking H3.
第1段エンジンの燃焼は正常、制御系、飛行経路も正常です。
The combustion of the first stage engine, attitude control, and trajectory are all nominal.
ロケットは順調に飛行を続けています。
The H3 flight is on course.
78、79、180、81、82、83、84、85、86、87、88、89、190、91、92、93、94、95、96、97、98、99、200。
衛星フェアリング分離。
はい、今衛星フェアリングの分離までが確認できました。はい、H3 ロケット試験機2号機打ち上がりましたね。
はい、今のところ順調ですね。
はい。
はい、今皆さんご覧いただいている画面ですね。こちらH3 ロケット用の、フライトステータスインディケーターフォーパブリックと言いまして、我々 H3 フィップと呼んでいるものなんですけれども、今ご覧いただいているように
ロケットは順調に飛行を続けています。
ロケットが飛んでいる方向をこの線で点と線で表しているので、これ実際ロケットからデータを
H3 ロケット2号機が今種子島から宇宙へと飛び立ちました。およそ5秒ほど遅れて発射台から4キロ離れたこちらにも大きな音が届いています。 H3 ロケット2号機は着実に宇宙への歩みを進めています。身を揺さぶるほどの大きな轟音で先日打ち上げられた H2A48 号機よりもかなり大きな音が聞こえています。
でその隣が高度で
青い空に一直線に伸びる白い軌跡。 H3 ロケット2号機、これまでいろんな困難を乗り越えてきました。着実に今宇宙への歩みを進めています。肉眼ではかなり小さくなってきましたが、メインエンジンから見えるオレンジ色の炎がこちらからは見えています。肉眼ではかなり小さくなってきましたが、カメラではその姿しっかりと追っています。
はい、できましたね。
第2段エンジンの第1回燃焼開始も無事確認できました。
はい、鬼門を突破しましたね。はい、これ黒い点になってイベントを通過すると黒い点が残るんですけど、これ残っているということはちゃんと分離とかですね、着火したという信号を確認したということになりますので。
そしてここから、第2弾の第1回燃焼停止までしばらく時間がありますので、
そうですね、だいたい16分36秒ですね。ここまで、次のイベントまで少し、見守る形になりますけどね。
はい、そして改めて今回の打ち上げは第2弾軌道投入がメインミッションになっています。なので第2弾軌道投入つまり
folks, so these are Bose's new ultra open earbuds, and they have one of the most unique and unusual designs of any earbuds I've seen over the last several years. They literally clip onto the side of your ears and feature an open design with micro speakers that fire sound into your ears while also allowing you to hear what's going on around you. At $300, they're rather pricey, but let's jump right in the review so I can tell you about my experience wearing them. And I'm also going to test them out on a few of my colleagues here in the office to see what they think, so stick around for that. Now, these aren't Bose's first open earbuds. A few years ago, it released its sports open earbuds. They were among the first earhook-style true wireless buds to feature an open design, and despite sounding very good for open earbuds, they kind of bombed because they just weren't that comfortable and had a kludgy charging situation, but Bose seems to have learned from its mistakes. Like I said, the design of the ultra open earbuds is rather unique, and the bud has two parts to it: the barrel, where the electronics are housed, and the speaker driver unit, and they're joined together by a flexible rubber joint. You put the barrel on the back of your ear and then wrap the rubber part around the side of your ear with the driver element placed over the opening of your ear canal. The rubber joint feels durable, but I just can't tell you how it will hold up over time. I do think Bose, which is known for having very good customer service, would probably give you a new pair of buds if it failed for some reason. Bose says the earbud should sit at a 45-degree angle, but you can slide it up and down your ear until it feels most comfortable. You can also play some music while you're making the adjustments because the sound does change a bit with the placement of the bud, and you'll want to optimize both the fit and the sound quality, which is about as good as you're gonna get for open earbuds. I figured out how to get them on and off pretty quickly, and after I got used to how they fit, I did find them quite comfortable. They may clip on, but they don't clamp, and they are relatively lightweight at 6.35 grams per bud. By comparison, the AirPods Pro 2 weigh in at 5.4 grams per bud. The idea is that once you get them on, you should be able to wear them throughout the day and kind of forget that you're wearing them. That said, you may find yourself making little adjustments after wearing them for a while to alleviate any minor discomfort. There's a control button on the top of the barrel of each bud, and it's easy to find the button and pause your music with a single click if you want to have a conversation with someone or answer a call. So you click it twice to advance a track or end a call, 3 times to skip back, and press and hold the button down on the right bud to raise volume, or lower it by holding down the button on the left bud. Now, of course, everyone has different ears, and people can be pretty particular about the types of earbuds that they'll wear and how they fit. These are obviously designed for folks who don't like having noise-isolating buds jammed into their ears and want to keep their ears open to the world. But before I dig into their sound quality and voice calling performance, let's have some people here in the office give them a try and get their reactions. And don't worry, I've got some alcohol wipes here, so I'll keep things nice and sanitary. Let's go.
This is a very unique design.
It feels like there's a bug on my ear.
Oh, this takes some finesse.
Oh, it's nice, like a little rolling thing to give you the space to put it behind your ear.
I can feel that it's open, so it doesn't feel like anything's plugging up my ear, which is very annoying with a lot of earbuds.
Yeah, I think they're more comfortable because there's nothing in my ear.
This feels so weird.
I have piercing up here. It's not bothering me. It doesn't touch it. I'm wearing my glasses. It's not even touching it either. It's pretty flexible. I'm shaking my head as I do this. It works pretty well.
This sounds great. And it's not blocking me from hearing other things, but it's pretty loud still.
It almost feels like it's coming from further away, like it's playing in the room versus just blasting into my ear.
The sound kind of feels like it's background music instead of music that's right there in your ear.
Like, it's pretty loud, like, in my ear, without it actually being in my ear, which is really dope.
And you're talking loud, too.
And I'm talking loud? I feel like I'm talking regular.
Yeah.
I like it. I can jog in it. I can do jumping jacks in it. I can do box it. It works.
It's $300? Something to think about.
Okay, so there you have it. As you can see from some of the reactions, people seem to be pretty impressed with the sound. Like I said, when it comes to sound, these are about as good as you get for open earbuds, which typically don't have the bass response of noise isolating earbuds like Bose's Quiet Comfort Ultra earbuds. In fact, from what Bose tells me, these have the same drivers as those QC Ultra earbuds. However, that doesn't mean they sound as good. You're just not going to get the same powerful bass, even if you get the drivers to sit at an optimal spot in your ear. But there is ample bass, good clarity, and some nice openness to the sound. That said, like other open earbuds, these
and a GT4 car that is, yeah, all right, small, just 3 entries to it, but I'm really interested to see how the McLarens go against the Ginetta G55. Young Owen Hizzy is in that car at the moment. He's sharing with Colin White, among others. And this is going to be a drag-down, bare-knuckle fight between these 3 cars in this particular category right through today for the pole position and tomorrow for the whole of the Repco Bathurst 12 Hours.
Well, I thought I'd wander down and have a quick look at how the repairs are going on this Mark car and point out some of the key little things about this car. Now, this has got a rear clip on it, so this is the gearbox that mounts here. This bolts to the chassis, and it's coming off. You can see here, you can see my finger work here. This is a bent tube associated to the roll bar mount, so that clips out of action. And if we wander up the back of the garage, you'll see a brand new clip ready to go on. So they'll put the transaxle in there, put that clip back on, and then behind that is the fuel cell. That's also damaged there. So right behind us on cue, a brand new fuel cell clip to go behind the clip.
Clip on a clip on a clip. It's like Meccano down there at IRC GT, but they'll get it all back together. So we've got 20 minutes remaining in part 1 of qualifying. Repco Bathurst 12 Hour, and Tony D'Alberto leads the way.
Just on 20.5 minutes then, with a couple of cars yet to come out onto the circuit. We're missing
the KTM
of course,
MIA, the car we've just seen being repaired, MIA. We're also missing the AMG GT4. Oh no, that's out there, Mike Griffith. We're missing one of the 2 Method Motorsport McLarens, the GT4 class, car 25.
Owen Hizzy is on his way down Conrod Straight in the V6, 3.5 litre or thereabouts, Ford-derived engine in the front of that Ginetta G55. Ginetta working on a G55 Evo, which has been racing recently, that's got a V8 in it. It is more sort of a GT3, GT4 sort of plus package, if you will. And a little bit of different aero on the side of that new car as well. This is one of the venerable G55s. They're a great endurance car, running their own series around the world as well in the Sprint Championship. Paddle shift gearbox, 2 pedals, and plenty of grunt from the front end. No ABS, no traction control. And they are fun with a capital F. I raced 3 times, 3 races at Rockingham Motor Speedway a few years ago on the pre-TCC package of one of those cars. Thanks to Lawrence Tomlinson and the team at Ginetta, Yorkshire's finest. And absolutely brilliant little things to throw around. Now this is at the elbow, the BMW M elbow, and the blue and gold car will be a car that they feel shouldn't be out right now. They were expecting to be having another cup of tea and maybe a small finger sandwich with the crusts cut off as they were getting ready for the top part of qualifying. They were pipped towards the end of that FP6 session, Crailsey, and we expect to see this car put down some decent times, and that is exactly what's happening at the moment as it comes to the end of a first push lap.
With Joel Eriksson driving, who's done a lot of the heavy lifting so far this weekend, but it has got some damage to the right front guard. Big piece of carbon fibre. It's become detached, so I wonder if there's been a slight wall brush somewhere early in this run. No visible signs of damage, but that's not going to be helping the aero on that car. That time was a 2:05.2, which isn't going to be quick enough to get into the shootout, but Tony D'Alberto quickest at a 4:07. The times will continue to improve as this session goes on, of course.
I have seen a number of times when the whole front wing, the whole front guard, has come away from those cars with a bit of side-to-side damage. We've seen it in IMSA, we've seen it in some of the 24-inch series as well, so they're going to have to keep an eye on that, and I'd be surprised if they don't get a mechanical black flag. Around the world, we're live from Mount Panorama. Hello to Kevin Brink, who's in Thermal in California. He's kind of a big deal in the artichoke world, and he's a big motor racing fan and tuned in to us right now with just on 17 minutes to go.
Bright sunny conditions at Mount Panorama, just on 25 degrees now, the warmest it's been all day. It started off quite cool, some early fog this morning on the mountain, and it's turned into a spectacular afternoon as we look to set at least some of the grid for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour Australia's international endurance race for 2024. This is car number 91. It's the Mark II entry owned by Keith Kasulki, but it's got a full-time supercar superstar behind the wheel, one of 9 full-timers on the grid. He'll be racing here next weekend as well, the Thrifty Bathurst 500, which is the opening round of the Repco Supercars Championship. 2 250k races, a couple of shootouts as well, which we love to see. Timmy Slade doing a nice job, 11th at the moment, but starting a push lap now, running in the invitational class. And we've seen some damage on the Phantom Global Porsche 992. Car number 13, Swedish driver Joel Eriksson currently behind the wheel, and they have been told to go to pit lane to fix the damage on that car with some bodywork flapping around. Chad?
I've walked down to the Motorsport McLaren team. I've got Chaz Mostert here, who I could have sworn would be driving a race car in this qualifying session. But first of all, good to see the car back out on track, Chaz.
Yeah, it is good to see it back out. Just we kind of spent the last bit of the practice after the little off at 1 just to make sure the car's all right, and obviously focus into this qualifying. So yeah, we're the car's got some young, awesome drivers in this team. So we've got Marcus Flack out there at the moment, Tommy Heyman. You know, I'm a bit old, Chad. I'm getting a bit past my heyday, so I thought we'll get the young stars in there.
For a guy who's been on the pole here, twice in the 12-hour, surely you'd have some good words of advice for them?
Yeah, just have fun. Like, not everyone gets to drive a race car at the end of the day. Like I said, they've got the talent to do what they do. I've seen them in plenty of different other categories. So, yeah, go have fun. It's an enjoyable experience getting to qualify here around Bathurst in a GT car. No doubt the GT3 cars, still right on the limit.
I'm just saying, you're leading your pets and you keep just occasionally just jumping like this in circles.
Yeah, I have ADHD, bro. I don't know what you want.
Are you diagnosed on God?
I am. Yeah. I've never publicly said that, actually.
I just outed you?
Yeah, you actually outed me, which is insane. But that's fine. Yeah, it's so dope. Are you comfortable sharing the ADHD diagnosis story? Sure. I just went into a doctor. It was honestly just me telling him for like an hour just my experience. And it was him just saying, yeah, sounds like you have ADHD. It's not a blood test or anything they can do. I'm a more recent diagnosed of ADHD, but everything I've told the doctor was from high school. So I was listening to a podcast about how women are underdiagnosed for it. That was one of the things that pushed me to do it. I mean, it was always in the back of my mind. Also my therapist a little bit, and then that was like one of the big pushes. I was like, oh my god.
I'm just saying, you're leaving your pets and you keep just occasionally just jumping like this in circles.
Yeah, I have ADHD, bro. I don't know what you want.
Are you diagnosed on God?
I am.
Or they go out for their 30 minutes next. Marcus is a great young talent, popped up in one-make Porsche racing in the last couple of years, having raced internationally in Europe.
In Star Trek, when they jump to warp speed, how likely is it that they would actually hit a star?
So let's say we want to head straight into the center of our Milky Way galaxy. What are the chances that we would actually hit anything? The rules of physics don't apply in this software. We can go faster than the speed of light. So right now we're going at crazy speed, 5.3 light years per second. Speed up even faster. Okay, we're getting towards the center of our Milky Way now. So you can see all these stars we're flying past, but we're not hitting any of them. We're traveling right through our galaxy, right through the center of it, but nothing's happening. We're not hitting anything.
The reason we don't hit anything is because space is very spread out. On average, in a galaxy, there's only around 1 star per 2,300 cubic light years.
In fact, if you took 1 billion light years cubed of space, there would only be around 0.4 galaxies in it.
In Star Trek, when they jump to warp speed, how likely is it that they would actually hit a star?
So let's say we want to head straight into the center of our Milky Way.
For the invitational class poll, noting that Rylan Gray, who is actually in front of them in the leaderboard at the moment, has done a 2:05.9. That time will get disqualified.
Things Korean kids are taught not to do starting at a very young age. Don't shake your leg. Because of the Korean superstition where shaking your leg is also shaking off all the luck in your body, Korean adults will say something like, 다리 떨지 마, 복 나가. Do not write your name in red ink. Koreans traditionally use red ink to write someone's name when they're no longer alive. So writing a living person's name in red ink is a big no-no. It's kind of like putting a curse on someone's name. Things Korean kids are taught not to do starting at a very young age. Don't shake your...
And just imagine that's taking into account driving a race car around 6.2 kilometres of a racetrack with umpteen number of brake applications, gear shifts, and corners.
Aviation is terribly unforgiving of any carelessness, incapacity, or neglect. And if you fail during an annual inspection to inspect these fuel caps and make sure this rubber gasket is in place and in good condition, this fuel tank will get water in it if this aircraft is left outside and it's been raining. Especially an aircraft that's been sitting for a long time, it's very likely that these drain holes right here are plugged up and that water will get into that fuel tank. And if that water gets into the carburetor or fuel injection system, the engine will fail. And if the pilot gets in a big hurry and fails to properly sump his tanks on pre-flight checking for water, he's just lined up the last hole of the Swiss cheese model of accident investigation and sealed his fate.
Just coming up to 10.5 minutes to go. It is still David Russell on top.
It's Friday, the 16th of February. My name's Juan Brown. You're watching the Blanco Lirio channel, and the NTSB preliminary report has just been released on the Grumman Cougar crash, November 887 Charlie. Let's check it out. This crash occurred back on the 1st of February and was featured on this channel when the twin Cougar that was featured on the Rebuild Rescue YouTube channel crashed on takeoff when pilot Sam Ganau, the solo pilot on board the aircraft, took off from the Chester County Airport, had an engine problem immediately after takeoff, failed to reach a safe single-engine climb speed, and crashed the aircraft just a few miles off the end of the runway. The rescue of this aircraft was featured on Jason Morrison's YouTube channel, here Rebuild Rescue, in a series of about 5 or 6 different videos. The primary focus of Jason's channel has been an effort to rescue this Cessna 401 aircraft. The Rebuild Rescue channel has 706,000 subscribers with just 158 videos published. Jason does not have his pilot's license yet, and he does not have an airframe and power plant mechanic's license. He does his work under the auspices of other A&P mechanics and AI's authorized inspectors. Jason purchased this aircraft for about $31,000 after it had sat neglected for several years following a dual prop strike on both engines. Jason gave himself a relatively unrealistic schedule and budget to get this aircraft annual and flying and back to his home base. The Grumman Cougar GA7 is a relatively rare light twin-engine aircraft that was designed and built in the 1970s by Grumman Aircraft. But it was a pretty underpowered light twin powered by the Lycoming 0320 160 horsepower engines with full feathering propellers.
We've seen that right there.
So here on the NTSB report, the accident occurred on the 1st of February about 1:30 Eastern Time, and the pilot was fatally injured, and the aircraft was operating under FAR Part 91, General Aviation, on a positioning flight. The aircraft was subject of a restoration project which was documented in a series of online videos for the purpose of returning the airplane to service and reselling it. The purpose of the flight was to deliver the airplane to its new owner. And the idea for Jason with rebuilding these other aircraft on his channel was to take whatever profits he got from these rebuilds and plow it into the Cessna 401 project. According to company and airport employees at Chester County G.O. Carlson Airport, pilot arrived around 12:30 and made it clear that he was in a hurry as he had a return flight from Knoxville, Tennessee, booked for 1800 that evening. That's a pretty quick turn. He called the fuel truck multiple times and indicated to the lineman that he was in a hurry and was not pleased with the delayed response in his fuel request. The airplane's 116-gallon fuel system was serviced with 80 gallons of fuel, which reached to the tabs in each fuel tank. So this aircraft is underpowered such that you don't always want to take off with full fuel. Now, in this case, it's just Sam flying by himself in the aircraft, but he still did not need to completely top off the fuel tanks. That's a huge amount of fuel for this rather economical light twin. So he just said, bring it up to the tabs. And this positioning flight was to go all the way from Pennsylvania to Knoxville, Tennessee, some 459 nautical miles. That could have been a 3.5 to 4 hour flight in the Grumman Cougar. Though the weather was good, VMC at the departure airport, the ceiling was only 2,700 foot broken. According to witnesses in surveillance video, the pilot did not obtain fuel samples from the airplane's fuel tanks prior to takeoff. Sumping the fuel tanks is a standard procedure on all pre-flights, especially if that aircraft has been parked outside and especially after each time you get fuel. Witnesses described the engine start, taxi, ground run, and subsequent takeoff from runway 29. Some witnesses reported that the pilot did not perform a pre-flight engine run-up, but a review of surveillance video showed a delay which would have allowed for those checks. So they do have airport surveillance video of the initial takeoff part of this accident. The witnesses described the engine sounds as smooth and continuous until just after takeoff, when a loud pop was heard, followed by sputtering. The airplane made an aggressive right turn, then turned left, and continued on an approximate runway heading about parallel to the runway before it was lost from view. So the aggressive right turn would be the loss, presumably, of the right engine. ADS-B data depicted a ground track consistent with that described by the witnesses. The airplane's climb shallowed and its ground speed slowed. The track depicted a sharp, tightening, descending right turn before the track ended in the immediate vicinity of the accident site. Witnesses on the ground described the airplane in a steep turn before ground impact. One witness said she could see the whole top of the airplane, the tops of both wings, before the aircraft contacted the ground. The pilot, Sam, who also owned a Grumman GA7, held a private pilot certificate with ratings for aircraft single-engine land, multi-engine land, and instrument airplane. His most recent FAA third-class medical was back in 2007. He reported 1,800 hours of flight experience on that date, and the FAA records reveal that the pilot completed the requirements for a basic med in July of 2023. So Sam was operating under a basic medical, which allows the operation of aircraft under 6,000 pounds, including the Grumman Cougar. According to FAA maintenance records, the aircraft was manufactured in 1978 and powered by the O320 160-horse engines. The aircraft's most recent annual inspection was completed on December 14th of 2023. So that's the annual that was depicted on the YouTube channel at 4,269.3 hours of total airframe time. They don't get into the engine overhaul numbers in this preliminary report. After completion of the annual inspection, the aircraft was flown from Michigan, where the work was performed, to Jason's home base at MQS. There, an avionics installation was performed, as well as mechanical troubleshooting and repairs conducted during the week before the accident flight. So more work was done to the aircraft following the annual inspection. The work included, but was not limited to, propeller governor rigging, both sides, the left side fuel quantity indication system, the alternator switch, and the left magneto on the right engine. And the work was completed on the day of the accident. Normally, you would want to test fly, do a thorough maintenance test flight before flying the aircraft after doing that extensive amount of work, especially in light of all the previous work that this aircraft had been through. Next, they talk about the damage to the aircraft following the accident. The pre-impact position of the fuel selectors and their corresponding fuel valves could not be determined due to multiple fractures in the control rods and the forces of wing separation at impact. The engines were removed from their nacelles and their respective propellers were removed. Each two-bladed propeller system displayed one of two blades bent aft approximately mid-span. The carburetor mount induction plenums were each fractured by impact and were removed with their respective carburetors. No mention as to whether, if any of the propellers were in the feathered condition. Remember, if you have an engine failure on these light twins and you do not get a propeller into the feathered condition, the aircraft will not climb. A cursory examination was performed on each engine. They were rotated by hand at the propeller flange, and continuity was established all through the powertrain and valve train to the accessory section. All magnetos were secure in the mounts, and the impulse couplings produced an audible snap during rotation. Now, they didn't get a spark test out of the thing yet. They just made sure that the magnetos were snapping through the impulse coupling. The impulse coupling is the device on the back of the magneto that retards the magneto for engine starting and snaps it over aggressively to get a bright spark to start the engine. The top spark plugs were removed from each engine. They were intact, showed normal wear, and were light tan and gray in color. Compression was confirmed in all the cylinders using just a thumb method. A borescope examination revealed signatures consistent with normal wear and combustion deposits. So far, nothing wrong with the engines. The left carburetor was disassembled and revealed an intact float. The mixture arm remained attached to the carburetor. The mixture cable and throttle arm were separated by impact. Fuel drain from the bowl was blue in color, that's 100 low lead, and contained no visible water or debris contamination. The fuel was tested with a water detecting paste, which detected no water. The right engine carburetor was disassembled and revealed an intact float. The mixture arm, mixture cable, and throttle arm were all secured to the carburetor. Fuel drained from the bowl was blue in color and contained visible water and debris. The water was tested with water detecting paste, which detected water. Both the left and right side fuel boost pumps, one in each wing root, were energized with a battery, and both pumped fuel from their respective sump tanks immediately adjacent. So the fuel boost pumps were working correctly. Both fuel samples contained water and debris. So were they getting water in the left boost pump as well? Samples taken from the sump tank, engine-driven fuel pump, and carburetor bowl on the airplane's right side all contained water and debris. The rubber gasket on the right wing fuel cap was not installed. The engines were retained for further examination. Aviation is not conducive to these reality TV sort of YouTube formats of limited budgets and limited times to get these aircraft airworthy. Rushing this aircraft to market to produce more likes and more subscribers and more YouTube content proved to be fatal. Pete, if we put water in fuel, what do you think will happen?
Gas will probably float.
Let's try it.
All right.
Put just a little bit in here. Pour it in the top there. That's good. Oh yeah, look at that. Now the 100 low lead is blue in color, but it's pretty clear. But the water is clearly on the bottom. See that difference? Thank you so much for your support of this channel, especially the folks over on Patreon that make this content possible. See you here.
Paul for that. Well, that was an interesting session, Garth, with people dialing themselves into it. Did not throw tyres at those cars.
I think Wood certainly put a set of tyres on in the second half of that session. We saw the Phantom Global team when they came to the lane to rectify that loose bodywork at the front of the car. They bolted a new set on there as well. So I think they went on a lightly used set at the start, and then certainly would throw a brand new set of Pirellis at it for the second half of that session. It was a bit of a slow burn early. David Russell came home third. He was super wide and super committed, as he always is here out Map Panorama. Tony D'Alberto, he finished second in that session, a 4-0. They'll be happy with that. It was this man, Glenn Wood. Probably, certainly got everything out of the car, but I feel like there was even a bit more potential if he was able to string all the sections together, maybe a very low 3. But regardless of that, a 3-4 in these hot and sunny conditions, we'll be very happy with that.
How about we arrange some donations from the DMC?
Get himself into the top 10.
Start no worse than 16th, but he'll be hoping for a little bit more. Great crowd here today.
The waves and winds dance for you.
Thankfully, I've gone into the shade in the garage, and Brock Feeney, your car no longer occupying this space. It was battery changed for the AAA Mercedes, but now it's up to you and qualifying to thank the guys. How excited are you for this session?
Yeah, I'm pretty cool. It was a lot of fun last year qualifying, and obviously putting on the front row was great.
it's hard to know where everything's at the moment, but car's back out on the apron, it's good to go, so really looking forward to getting out on track, couple of green tyres, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Now, I saw you in the garage in shorts and a t-shirt until the last possible moment. Is that just trying to stay calm and cool, or is it something else?
Nah, just chill out before. I was in the ice bath just before, trying to keep cool because it's pretty hot out there, but yeah, just trying to chill out. This is pretty, trying to keep the nerves down a little bit for now, and it should get pretty exciting this afternoon.
Good luck making it into the shootout.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cam Waters, you're the fast man in practice 6, the session before qualifying. We've just seen Glenwood go. They do a pretty handy lap. I thought that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, he did a good job out there. Like, it's probably a little bit hotter now, so...
You're the envy of every sea dog I know.
I think he did a pretty good lap, but I'm hoping there's a little bit more in my lap as well.
Hey, it's a pretty cool team this weekend. Almost should be called Team Australia, the All-Australian drivers in the Pro Series. Australian team mechanics, a lot of familiar faces in this garage, and looks like you've got Mick Dunley's hat on, so it's a pretty cool environment in here.
Yeah, it's been so much fun. So
The upwelling was the bait. Arnold fell for it, following Freeman's footsteps. Mega corporations spin lies and use our dreams against us. Countless pirates slumber at the bottom of the sea, sent there by the upwelling. Damn the Dutch to hell. The next time we cross that ship, give it a good battering for me.
A few dark clouds coming in on the horizon. What's the plan? Get in the car, get out there, go straight away?
Yeah, 100%. You need to bank this here, don't you? So if it rains, it is what it is. I like the rain around here, so I think it'll be pretty important to get out there, do a banker, and just normal battle.
How do these cars compare to what you used to? You don't have as much GT experience as some of the other competitors on the grid. How you find the cars?
They've taken notice of us! Supercars, super slippery, and
Captain. Keep your tongue leashed.
Only a kingpin's daring adventures for you.
Careful. The shore has nasty creatures. I can tell from a glance. You're one fine captain. Yes? Come back anytime.
in a row to be able to do that is one thing, but to share a couple of these guys as well, very
Kenny said before, sometimes you come here your whole life and you never win. So what we did was just, I don't know, fantastic. You know, I'm still out of words. I remember after the race laying down all together and we had no words. We were just full of happiness, full of everything. So to be back here with Kenny and Luca is pretty special, and showing a view on the mountain is really special.
Luca, your team went for a really different strategy.
Yeah, you want to set sail on.
To execute that strategy in the race?
Well, it was always really tough. We are both really close in driving time, and yeah, the team just did a perfect job. I remember sitting at the top, and I said, now if we don't take tires, we're gonna win it. And I'm still getting goosebumps watching Jules just refuel, and then he went before the Porsche and before the Group M car, and yeah, such a nice feeling. And obviously the last half an hour was difficult to watch for me. I walked up and down the pit lane, and then I put my headphones away, then I grabbed my phone, then I did something else just to do something because I was nervous.
As nervous as a butcher's thumb.
Which I'm usually, when I'm in the car, I'm totally relaxed, but there I get really nervous. And yeah, in the end we did it twice in a row.
Kenny, at what point did you think we're going to try this? Because everyone would have thought you go pro-am, you know, you wouldn't possibly put a bronze-ranked driver in a pro field because the risk is huge that you could get it so wrong. So when did you guys go, no, we're going to give this a go?
Well, I mean, I always like to think that I'm close to these guys. I mean, many tracks around the world I am.
The difference between a stock BMW 330i and a race version of the same car on a short slalom course. Now the race car at the bottom has far better acceleration with a modified engine, then also has better tyres and better suspension, meaning you can see turns and changes direction far better, completing the course in 12.5 seconds. Then a couple of seconds later, the stock car comes floating to the end in 15.2. The difference between a stock BMW 330i and a Hello viewers, Super GT here. I am in Papenburg to do some car testing. This is the first time we can drive a car in anger this year. Now take a look behind me. We have three different cars.
dug up the cursed treasure of the Moy estate. You seek the devil, you're getting mighty close. Our next port.
What's crazier than breaking into Fort Oaston? Someone's robbed a grave in Fort Oaston and made off with nothing but a corpse. Now, the DMC soldiers are too busy pointing fingers and covering their asses to watch over the shoreline.
On the voyage to New York, Anne was three sheets to the wind and challenged the entire crew. On the voyage to New York, Anne was three sheets to the wind and challenged the entire crew to unite.
So you met the Admiral. You must really be someone. Maybe I should be impressed to meet you. You won't get the job done if you don't carry ammunition. Ayo, go. I bet your enemies will run away when they hear you're out hunting. You met Lady Rahma? Not Lady, Admiral. Well, not an Admiral anymore. General, maybe? She is a wonderful person. Wherever you go, fame and fortune seem to follow.
Where is our next port?
Admiral Rama needs funds to keep her cause afloat. How about we arrange some donations from the DMC?
Captain!
Mark spotted!
Ah, een kapitein.
Gegroet.
Dag.
Only a kingpin's daring adventures for you.
You dug up Freeman's fossil.
Captain does have some interesting fucking storms. I heard.
The swab behind you is breathing down your neck. Aye, idiot! Success don't wrap up like that. those sails catch you a good wind.
My loyal customer. What is it you need? You bring honor to my family name, Captain. I thank you.
Panas ya? Hey, you here?
Shipbird boarded us.
Admiral Rama needs funds to keep her cause afloat. How about we arrange some donations from the DMC? The docks and taverns ring with word of your deeds. Glory is in your fate.
How was your Welcome back. Today we are again with Bilstein and well, my lovely teammates Jimmy and Steve, and today we're doing something cool. By the way, first of all, we are in Automotive Test Centrum in Papenburg, where last year Rimac Nevera did a top speed world records for EVs, 412 kilometers per hour, 23 acceleration records, top speed record in reverse. But today we'll be not checking out the top speeds, we will be actually checking out the corner capabilities of our not only race car, but also the stock car. So we have here a stock car BMW 330, completely stock. Then we have something in between. You might remember this car as a donor car for Oopsie at one of the NLS races earlier last year. So this car is equipped with Evo S suspension, Bilstein Evo S, that has only height adjustability. So this car has the Evo S with lowest setting possible to be street legal in Germany. And then of course we have our own race car, the BMW 330i, the G20 with Evo R suspension. It has significantly more adjustability settings, so it has the rebound and compression adjustments, the R for rebound or for red, that's the adjustability clicker, and then we have also the camera adjustment. And for the rest, yeah, they're near identical with a couple of power upgrades, of course, for the race car, and well, not a lot, only 5% maximum. But yeah, let's go check out our first challenge, which we'll be seeing if Jimmy can jump over the car while we're driving top speed.
I'm feeling good about it, mate. My
Yeah?
left spring is
How are your knees?
well, good. They're definitely not of a 32-year-old man, so I'm going to be good.
Did you know if we're going to compare a car to an animal, that's going to be a mountain goat, because they have very flexible and strong joints and muscles.
I knew that, yeah. That's really what I'm here for. Comparing cars to animals.
And mountain goat is not really a goat, it's actually antelope. Stay tuned for more animal facts on Steve's channel. But before we go, first a massive shout out to the main sponsor of today's video. Well, of course, Bilstein. No, before we go, we're gonna swap the tires from the full slicks to wet slick. And big shout out to Black Falcon for not only building the car, but also giving us the optimal service in all kinds of conditions, on the track, off the track, on the racetrack, off the racetrack, always. Traction control off. So our first challenge is going to be the slalom. I am in the race car already. Steve is in the car in front of me, I believe. Yep, I can see his yellow helmet, and Jimmy is in the stock car. And later we'll be swapping. So we will do 2 runs each, one to get practice and then one to see how fast we can go, how we can feel, and share our experiences with you. It's the first onboard video that I'm filming since the end of last year's season. So I haven't been filming for the last 2 months or more, almost 3 months. So if I mess something up, sorry, I need to get used to filming stuff again. All right, off we go. Really good. Now it will be very interesting because I will be swapping to some less performance-oriented car, either the fully stock one. I think I'm gonna ask for Steve's car so I can go into the performance, the Evo S one, so we can slowly downgrade to the street level, and it will be interesting how it will handle. I told you I was gonna mess up something, and in that case I didn't clip in my hands on the previous ride. Okay, now we're in another G20 equipped with Evo S. Let's see how it handles. Oh, actually it's not bad at all. Actually, I might even kind of prefer it. Do I dare to say that I'll enjoy this more than the race car for these kind of slalom purposes? Yeah? Yeah, ready to go. Okay, ready to go. You may not see it on camera, but I have unfair weight advantage. Some Dorito. Because we now have a passenger. Dorito. And now, after the slalom, which is now empty, we will be driving the track. And this is the 2-to-1 complete replica of a Hockenheim ring. I've never been to the Hockenheim ring, so I have no idea where I will be going. And you might be thinking like, yeah, you're driving the stock car, it might be, ooh, not exciting, but it's actually, according to the previous test, this was the most exciting one. So again, no clue where I'm supposed to be going, but we have some codes that should help us out what to do and what not to do. We've been asked kindly not to do anything stupid, but that's how we are, right? Ooh, it's actually quite decent speed. I wonder if that's also 330, probably. Do I go here flat-ish or something? I'm surprised, like the stock suspension is already quite good for these conditions. By the way, quite damp. So as you could have seen, we had to put the race car on the rain tires, because otherwise that would have been a bit too slippy, because we did some tests with the full slicks. But yeah, so what do we have here? I think there's some sort of a, I wouldn't say parabolica, but it is like a hairpin. Is the hairpin? Like completely out of action, like forgot all the terms when it comes to racing and driving. I like it, I like it, I like it, I like it. Yeah, it would be nice to drive the race car, but the conditions are not really there because it's kind of damp, it's not fully wet, it's not fully dry, so we have to compromise, but oh no, the AdBlue is running on its last fumes. Okay, we are now in the middle car equipped with Evo S. We are on this car running winter tires. That's something that needs to be told. So in these conditions you might say it's good, but for the track of course it's not ideal, not ultimate. So first impressions, very on the edge of course, but the steering is a lot more direct, significantly less body roll, but you can of course feel the tire, the sidewall, the shoulder kind of running over it. So for track, very good. And by now this might be one of the, probably it might be the best car to drive, because we have now mixed conditions. It's drying up, it hasn't been raining for the last half an hour or so, which is good. Because if you're watching my videos on the track, usually I really prefer to drive stock cars with stock suspension when it's fully wet, so you can have more suspension travel, so the car does not slide instantly. So this is actually kind of exactly what we want it to be, in between. I like it. I mean, there's not much more to be said. No dangerous behavior. It's really controllable. The car is really holding the road nicely, and I guess this is indeed what it needs to be, the in between the both two worlds. We have sporty handling and we still have nice comfort. So that was actually very easy to drive. You might say boring, but I guess that's what it's supposed to be. Like when you also watch my videos on the Nürburgring, sometimes people say like, why you look so bored? It's because if the car is easy to drive and you're just concentrated, that's what it's all about. So Evo S is doing a good job. So now I'm supposed to drive the race car. Exciting, on the track, on the Hockenheim, on the mini Hockenheim. Let's buckle up our Hans this time. And now in the race car, I don't know if it makes sense for me to talk to you because it's kind of loud here. Because completely different experience, and also not really trusting the grip levels. Full slicks, a bit damp. Yeah, I can brake so much later with this. significantly less steering movements from my side on this car. So yeah, even smoother adjusted. That was like, I don't know, 50% of the car's capabilities. Need a bit more seating time to get back used to it. Amazing, big difference. All right, let's see what's the next challenge is. I think I knocked over the cone this time, so oh well. We are now in the fully stock car, my favorite one. Ooh. That's really, really good. You know, the thing is, what I want to say, because although this is a stock car, most importantly it's a street car. And these kinds of maneuvers you might end up doing on the street, not as much on the racetrack, because you know where the track is going on the racetrack, so you need to be as low as possible. So things like that with a race car, like, where am I going? So if you're gonna lower your car too much for the street to be Stancy boy, yeah, you might be missing out on visibility. And this is a perfect proof that this is actually a street car doing street things. The purpose, function, and form. I don't know, I'm talking nonsense. Let's just do some driving. Off we go, one more time. Woo! You can actually like really practice a lot more. What's it called? Play a lot more with the brake and the steering input. That's perfect. You can do like proper lane change. So we are now in the car equipped with Evo S, which should be the best of the both worlds. Let's see. Ooh, a lot more playful. We need to remember that we have also winter tires on this one, so it's less grippy, less body roll. So again, it's kind of in between. And that's kind of it. Goodbye, race car. See you in... Well, we might be doing some testing in between, but we'll definitely see you in March for maybe NLS practice, maybe NLS 1 soon enough. It was good to be inside the race car. I hope you enjoyed our little big comparison of the three.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and tonight is a script writing type of night, okay? I got 3 scripts in the work, Metal Gear Solid 2, which hopefully should be here. I'm hoping by the end of the goddamn month. I've got a creepypasta JVK1166Z, alright? That's a fun time. You ever heard creepypastas? Woo! And then I've got a third one, which I'm just going to keep quiet for now because honestly, it's the one that I'm most excited about. It's Linux related. Woo! I get to talk about it like a cultist! But you know what? Today is a video that I really didn't think I had to make. But it's a simple topic. Just call the police, contact the cops, contact the law enforcement when you got something serious to discuss. Now, as you all know, there's been a pretty wild video release lately. It's called To Catch a Kick Predator by a YouTuber, pretty sizable one, known about something about chickens. Now, this is a YouTuber that makes a lot of Omegle content, pretty funny guy, awesome dude, but he ended up, basically exposing, somebody who was showing some rather underage people on Omegle through Kick. Now, since this video has come out, the Kick had to remove this guy. Look, there's a lot of shenanigans that show up on Kick, but my God, okay? Some things just have to be banned, right? I mean, free speech can only go so far, it seems. But ladies and gentlemen, I have done a lot of exposés over the last few years about really degenerate people over the internet. And it's not something that I'm entirely new to. It's actually a field that kind of I cover when it sparks up and pretty much calls it a day. I'm not necessarily Chris Hansen, okay? I'm not somebody that has made a career out of hunting, unsavory types on the internet. So one of the things that has been basically happening to me, at least in the last 2-3 months, are a whole bunch of Twitter DMs, Reddit posts before my Reddit went insane. And yes, if you want to find out how insane that is, go to the Some Ordinary Gamer subreddit. It's a fucking shitheel right now. But before it turned into a trap house, ladies and gentlemen, it was filled with, a few individuals who came out and said, yeah, guys, here's a diddler, here's the evidence, here's XYZ. Can Muta make a video? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I take a lot of viewer suggestion when it comes to making videos. In fact, a lot of my videos are usually viewer suggestions, okay? You guys bring me cool stuff to talk about. I come out with cool stuff. That's how things work. But generally, when it comes to the most illegal shit on the internet, there is one rule that I really want to espouse all the time. Don't ever contact and tell a YouTuber that you should be doing law enforcement's job. Then we get what we call the Mama Max problem, and you know I already talked about that a month ago. Wasn't exactly ending pretty, and it never should end pretty. Simply because, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you a simple question. You see any badge on me? You think I'm a cop? No, dude, I'm a fat Linux gamer on the internet, okay? That's just how it works, you know? Sometimes I fire up the old deep web, even though, honestly, that's an entire separate video right now. I literally have tried to make deep web browsing so many times in the last 3 weeks, but it's literally like trying to find the one nugget of good website in amongst like 99% illegal stuff these days, which is not good. But again, going back to topic over here, there's been a lot of like reports being sent to me anonymously, you know, whether it be on Twitter, whether it be on Reddit, whether it be through email. Hell, I've had a few telegraphs come in through the mail here, and it's not exactly been something that I can ever really cover. Ladies and gentlemen, when covering unsavory characters on the internet, if you have something to report, I'm pretty sure it goes without saying, just contact the goddamn police. Have you ever heard of tips.fbi.gov/home? If you're in the United States, it's probably worthwhile going down to the Internet Crime Complaint Center, IC3, and just going through this portal and reporting some serious unsavory types over here. Now, the reason why I recommend this is, unlike me, the boys and girls and everyone at the FBI, well, ladies and gentlemen, they have badges. They have the ability to subpoena records. They have the abilities to put handcuffs on people. You know what they can do? They can kick down an unsavory dude's door at 5 in the morning, put assault rifles up to their face, and send them off to a penitentiary within the same day. Before noon even. They pick up lunch right after they take down a sick, disgusting person. So yeah, that's pretty much kind of what I wanted to go at over here. It's been a weird trend, at least in the last several months, and I think a bit of it has to do with some of these like poacher channels on the internet, where obviously people really enjoy watching some really sick, disgusting people being taken down. Obviously, I am one of them. I enjoy watching this kind of content too. But at the end of the day, YouTubers are not exactly the type of people you should ever be going to firsthand when asking them to solve serious situations, simply because no one here is actually trained or prepared for this kind of stuff anyways. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's not to say that there aren't YouTubers. I know plenty of people that I know work with law enforcement, but in general sense, it's not exactly how it works. Most people don't. So when you actually bring up a case to them, maybe they'll make a video out of it, but they'll probably end up ruining whatever case that they have. Which is why, at least for the last several like months, weeks really, I've basically been responding and giving out this URL like, hey, you got a problem? Go contact the FBI. And that's pretty much what it comes down to. But the sheer volume of these reports coming to me have been a little bit concerning. It's as if people don't really understand that we have entire departments that we pay taxes every year to handle this situation. And if I sound a little bit annoyed or maybe condescending about it, it's not necessarily the case. It's just ultimately I have seen this kind of like spike up lately. And as much as I am somebody that likes to make content on sickos like this, it's one of the pillars of my content to look into that unsavory dark side of the internet. There is plenty of time to make content after something serious has basically been done. So yeah, this is kind of like a PSA to tell you guys, look, if you got something serious to give to me, just go to the goddamn police, okay? That's pretty much all this situation has to end up being. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
三菱重工業株式会社執行役員防衛宇宙セグメント長江口正幸様、宇宙航空研究開発機構 JAXA 理事長の山川博、以上でございます。それでは最初に JAXA 理事長山川博より本日の打ち上げ結果に関しましてご報告申し上げます。山川理事長、お願いいたします。
はい、JAXA 理事長山川でございます。H3 ロケット試験機2号機の打ち上げ結果についてご報告をいたします。本日9時22分55秒に H3 ロケット試験機2号機を打ち上げました。ロケットは計画通りに飛行し、 第2弾機体を所定の軌道に投入しました。また打ち上げから約16分43秒後に小型副衛星 CSAT-1E を分離したことを確認いたしました。また第2弾機体の地球周回後のデータにより TIR-SAT
So Jeff Taunton getting caught out with that one, did a 8-7. He got caught up in the battle with Angus Fogg and didn't keep an eye on his dash. So that's just to stop guys and pro drivers turning up in this field and Joan just disappearing into the distance. So I think it's a great rule. Just got to stay on top of it.
Viewers will remember Brad Sheriff in that Nissan last year doing that, for example, lap after lap, blowing our minds up here in the commentary box before ultimately crashing that car. So the safety car pulls away and the field make their way around. It's quite a few cars still dangling down here at this point through the chase. So we're going to see lapping very quickly here. There's some 30 seconds covering the entire field, broken up into space frame chassis. The cars and the IRC cars are in the field, the chassis cars which dominate that, but they've got classes within that class. One thing's for sure, the lap cars have played a big part so far in the first two races. There's a few stragglers in the GT. It's going to be a big margin from first to last. As it was for the last two races, Angus Fogg and his amazing fastback Mustang and Jeff Taunton waiting for the lights to go out here on the main straight. The final race underway. The Nuggets Van and Hotels combine sedans and the charge to turn one is on. Fogg gets it initially. That's the best run he's had all weekend. For that J.A. Russell entry, he'll lead the field up Mountain Straight for the first time.
Serious amount of horsepower under the bonnet of that Angus Fogg Mustang, so he will climb up and over the crest on Mountain Straight with clear daylight. Back to Jeff Taunton. Scott Cameron third now in the Commodore Sports Sedan, and it's Paul Bachert sticking it up the inside in the 427 Corvette. Gets the job done at turn 2 at the end of Mountain Straight, but this was the battle in race 2. Fogg and Taunton went at it for the entirety. It was a fantastic race, and lap traffic certainly played their part towards the end. So those two will scurry away, as we have seen so far. Look at them scurry, they are going.
And they will disappear from the cars behind right now. Like they did earlier today as they climb Mount Panorama for the first time. A timed race to be watching at the top of the screen. There's 16.5 minutes remain of this race. As across the top they go. And Angus Fogg was nudging at times, touching 300 kilometres an hour on Conrod Straight today.
Yeah, for those that have followed the broadcast last year, we've seen Angus Fogg racing this car in the Touring Car Masters, then he converted it to a sports sedan and raced it on the streets of the Gold Coast. And one of the things that grabbed my attention was he passed Tony Ricciardello in the sports sedan race on the streets of the Gold Coast in a straight line. Yeah. And I don't think in the history of that car of Ricciardello's has ever been passed in a straight line, ever. So it's got serious horsepower. Some saying upwards of 900 horsepower over the bonnet. And black
Admiral Rama needs funds to keep the cause afloat. How about we arrange some donations from the DMC? The docks and taverns ring with word of your...
There's a commotion over that way! Looks like they're harvesting!
harvesting.
Companion warship sighted! They're on the ship!
Kapteeni, that's our stern!
Yes, don't... Is he gonna gather it now?
Damn it! Which one of you do I need to toss overboard?
Part of racetrack that we have here in Australia. You can see the damage to the front of Palermo's car. Heavy contact, and even to the point now where it's supposed to open the driver's door to get out.
Need some sail!
Jump out the passenger side, and hopefully all will be well.
You're earning my trust, Captain. But there are still secrets I keep close to my heart.
Hold and lower the sails!
What is it?
Quickly, let her catch the wind! Lead on the wind, Connor! Sail in!
We're on head! Raise the sail! What is that, Captain?
This is still better than raiding the field! Massive hole, Captain! Raise them up!
pros out of it, and it's more of an amateur event, which I think is
only met one other pirate as fortune touched as you, Captain. Reminds me of all the trouble we used to get up to.
Quickly let her catch the wind!
Morgan had a big one, and this is at the exit of McPhillamy. We approach the skyline. Big damage to the front. Beautiful Mustang. Morgan was obviously having a crash across the top of the mountain. Cold fire. The safety car period has caught him out.
Got a bad feeling about this. Sailors speak of eerie sightings on these waters.
Sails! We've got company! Captain! Our starboard!
Not only he lost the race win, but then the preparation ahead of Very Car Masters back here next weekend for that car will be hampered. The rest of the field coming through. They sort of get the job done in this one. So
tomorrow in the 12-hour race, and we'll be watching qualifying this afternoon. Cool. Cheers. Thanks, guys. Bye. You know.
That's snowy. Seats are cannons. How much of these rambutan? No survivors were found.
Christ, nutmeg is going up so fast.
Bonjour. Let me know if you need any assistance.
Back in 1994 and 2014, plus lots of stats and plenty of great reading. Go to superstore.v8sleuth.com.au. And of course, next weekend, the Repco Supercars Championship kicks off with round number 1, the Thrifty Baptist 500, all part of the Superfest here at Mount Panorama.
Season 24. A lot has been learned. A lot has changed. And we've got a lot to look forward to. It starts with the Bathurst Superfest. Following the Bathurst 12-hour, it's time to kick off the new season at the Thrifty Bathurst 500. Brace yourself for another great race, Australia. It is showtime. This year, a new champion will be crowned. Take your pick. It could be anyone. Who gets the job done today? Ticket information can be found at supercars.com. Supercars. Unforgettable.
Only the best materials. I expect nothing less, Captain.
Why work so hard when you can just take what you want? Aduh, capek.
I say with crates and crates of dirt.
Well, the respect I have for you now has grown. You are a mountain, a notorious volcano of legend. Happy travels, Cannon God.
Shipbird boarded us.
Admiral Rama needs funds to keep her cause afloat. How about we arrange some donations from the DMC? The docks and taverns ring with word of your deeds. your face.
In the pit area here, that's just beneath our commentary position. On pit straight here, and that lineup goes for at least 150 metres. Great to have the MotoGP World Champion, Megastar, on two wheels in the house. Down to the Motor Racing Triple Eight. We're getting ready for later on this afternoon from Beatty. Provisional pole. We have a Pirelli pole shootout later on this afternoon here at Melbourne. Ground station well and truly underway down in the pit paddock area. Populated.
Pakupa, kamu pemalas, kamu berdusta, dasar pembohong. Kamu pemalas, kamu pemalas, kamu pemalas, kamu pemalas.
Legendary names, Ron Goodman, the Ron Goodman that ran NASCAR at the Thunderdome back in the days.
Private Diaz Captain! Let's run for our dear lives! It is a sloop!
14 minutes and change remaining Group S supporting this weekend's event. Never to tip of the hat to the cast of Steve later on the stage. Really helps to now.
What is it? I can clearly see the dashboard on slip!
Lots of similarities between what we see back in the day. Next session.
Face helmet of Terry Lawler, who's come thousands of laps in his career, never turns out a bad-looking race car. And has driven a wide range of cars in his career too.
He has, and he's wearing the number one. Our president's cup is running the number one on the accumulated the most points, and Richley certainly presented that to him last night.
We did notice in the last couple of races.
We've caught the wind, Captain!
Custer's really fine with fuel. Has he gone too hard too soon here, and do you think he's running to a bit of a number now?
Yeah, he could be certainly on only 5 seconds over Morgan at the moment. He'll be conscious of that. As he said earlier in the week, on yesterday's race,
What's that, Captain? See that? Yes! Where the top?
Some things are worse than death. Things we never outrun. I pray you never have to learn what I mean firsthand.
Property of the DMC. Right for the blocking.
There might be something in that wreck.
Yes, over there! What is it?
Captaini, the treasure lies ahead!
The wind is ours.
Captaini, over there! There is an outpost!
Admiral Rama needs funds to keep her health afloat. How about we arrange some donations from the DMC?
Yeah? May the tides bring your silver back to our shores one day. They tell me your pockets are quite deep, Capitan. Ah! A Capitan worthy of our ways.
Yeah? Dag. No refence.
Dag. One sailor's loss is another sailor's profit. Why did you sign on to it? For fame, fortune, and glory to the Empire, of course. Get away from my...
So fellas, only Bathurst winners get to sign it, so how about we win on Sunday and we'll come back and do this again on Monday. But for me, can you hold the ladder for me? Is that alright?
We'll hold the ladder because we need you, mate.
Nice work, Xavier Reynolds taking the group of AMG guys for a tour of one of the most special places out Mount Panorama. And as soon as you walk anywhere near that museum, you can feel the history oozing through the doors. It just drips with all the amazing things that Peter Brock achieved here at Mount Panorama. We get to write another famous little moment in the history books here this week, and it's going to start with the Pirelli shootout, and it will feature Mauro Engel, the man who put it on the pole here last year with an amazing lap time. We'll talk about that in a moment, but it will work a little bit differently to how we're used to seeing the top 10 shootout. I'll explain all those rules and some of the history very, very shortly. And I think I would be just about ready to go for a tour in any museum anywhere around the world with the wonderful tour guide that is Data Reynolds. So,
You're
like
the
I said,
envy of every sea dog I know.
excitement to what's going to be a couple of really frantic sessions. The sun has just come back out, so it's been diving in and out of the clouds. That'll definitely play a factor. We saw that in the qualifying sessions earlier today. The weather, particularly the UV on the track, and even the potential for some rain with two sessions going back to back, could see a very different looking top 10 when we roll up tomorrow for a 5:45 a.m. start. So let's get some more news from the later drivers have headed back into the bunkers off the back of the autograph session. Start with Shane.
It's nice to not have to go into the car with the UV as strong as it is in the heat. Felipe Fraga, your job is done until we get to the race. Is that something you're happy about or something you wish you could go out there for this shootout?
It would be nice to do it, of course, because this track, every lap that you do here is better. You know, we are so happy always to drive here. But also, on the other hand, when you have Mauro driving it, it's also great. You know, I don't have to be worried. He did the pole here last year, so I think he's the right guy. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here again, and
The waves and winds dance for you.
so I hope we do well today.
You raced here a few years ago and then had a gap. What was it like trying to get back to Mount Panorama?
It helped that I did it one time, of course, but it's a super hard track. But what helps also, I came to time to the AMG, so the AMG is normally easy car to drive, like it's a really good car, but it's just special. I love this track and I'm so happy that I'm here with Dave and Mauro. I think we have a really strong lineup, so I'm looking forward for the race.
You won an endurance championship in IMSA in an AMG. Your Mercedes roots go very far back as far as the long distance racing goes. But what's it like to race here in this car?
As I said, because we always talk to other drivers, and I know in other cars it's hard to go up the hill and downhill. So the AMG is always like a quiet car, so it's been just great to drive here. And yeah, like
You're the envy of every sea dog I know.
the AMG is the car I most drive after the stock car in Brazil. So I just love this car, and again, love to be here.
We're glad you're back. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well, Lousy, you're not in the shootout and qualified 13th. So first of all, are you disappointed not to make the shootout?
Yeah, we all are, but I think that realistically, and I think we've got to be realising that we didn't have the car pace that we really wanted to achieve. But I think we probably could have snuck into the back end of the 10, but the car we sort of pulled through it has been talking the same language about the feeling and the balance of the car, but we just needed to be a little bit nice in that mid space to actually get the drive off the corners. And so we're working hard. The car's not terrible, but probably just need that last couple of tenths to get in there. And Cam was a little bit disappointed, I got to say. He was pushing hard. He gave the extra Forest elbow a bit of a rub, so he was pushing hard.
Now, you're someone that's done plenty of shootouts, so with 10 minutes to go before the shootout, how do you sort of sign yourself up
You want to set sail or
lap
not?
around here trying to extract the pace? But bear in mind, you've got a 12-hour race tomorrow, so you need to keep it nice and straight.
Absolutely. There's that fine line between standing over it or on it, and I think the thing what we've seen also with these Pirelli tyres, it takes 2 or 3 laps to get the tyres into their operating window. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the teams decide up and everyone down pit lane, how they attack this, whether they pump the tyres up to get that temperature they need, especially when you attack turn 1, because that's where you're really going to feel it. But if you lose too much time at turn 1, you've got to run it all the way up Mount Straight. So it's going to be fascinating to see how they do it. As we did it on lap 2 or 3 of our runs with green tyres, so good luck to us.
We'll watch with interest. Thanks, mate.
Absolutely. See you.
Now, I'm happy to report that the Pirelli pit bunker is back on the 12-hour coverage for 2024. And here tomorrow, that we'll be able to break down the race rules, go all through the strategies, talk about driving time and everything that matters. But today is all about talking about the Pirelli shootout. If you're a fan of the Repco Supercars Championship, it works out to be about 6 laps of running out there. We do that so that the tyres so the slowest of the 5
Admire, the sport!
go first, and they'll be followed by the faster car.
What's with that, Captain? A DMC warship in the distance!
Snow! Hero numbers. This is every whole time in the VT3 era. And you'll see at the very, very top. Finally.
Catch the wind, friend!
Let the clouds breathe!
Back in 2016 at McLaren. Have a look at the lap time that Mauro said he was told last year. Just to beat Rob Beatty. 2
I really like coconut jam, but where I'm from, nobody calls it that.
Mesmerizing cult leader eyes. Beard.
What is up, amigos? Today we're talking about this car here. This is called a Mercedes-Benz T80, and this is a experimental car. It was made in 1939, and the reason why I like it so much is because it's one of the first cars, or it's really the first car, that has all these very promising aerodynamic features. And this was built
just
to break
a short
land speed
drive from
records.
Bathurst to the Blue
So this was
Mountains.
8 meters
Definitely
long.
Sydney's backyard. Fresh air, World Heritage listed wilderness. The Three Sisters there, some of the ancient rock formations. There's waterfalls, rainforests. It could be as relaxing or as adventurous as you'd like it to be. It's one of the most popular day trips out of Sydney, but really take more time. You need a weekend or even a week to appreciate its wonders. And speaking of, when you get over the Blue Mountains, you pass through Lithgow, and about 40 minutes further down the road, you come to a city called Bathurst, and just on the outskirts of that is this place, Mount Panorama, 6,213 metres, 23 corners, and we're in full-blown qualifying mode. Everything cranked up to 11 for the Alan Simonson Pole Award and the Pirelli Shootout. Richard Craill, Garth Tander, John Hindhoff with you, Shay Adam, Jack Perkins and Chad Nalon in the lane. 2 15-minute flat-out sessions, 5 cars in each. At the end, someone lifts a really special and meaningful trophy, and we'll start on pole position for the Repco Bathurst 1000 at 5:45 a.m. Gentlemen, there is nothing like qualifying at the mountain, and that is an excellent beer snake where they're playing the limbo. Outstanding work by them. Good afternoon.
That's as Bathurst gets.
It's so cliche.
Because cars roll out for a shootout, a beer snake, and they're playing the limbo under it. You cannot be any more Bathurst than that for our international viewers on the live stream.
If we could talk about getting under things, then what's the time that you're going to have to get under to take the Alan Simonson Pole Award? I'm ticking that one off. That's the sticky segue, number one.
And if you'd like to see more of that, you are watching around the world. Superview is available for you. That's a staple, supercar rounds anywhere. So get on board. if you're watching from overseas, you can see more of that. There's also some great supercars racing.
It's unmissable.
Absolutely. Lap time. Well, that's a very good question. Last year, 12 months ago and a couple of weeks, one of the great qualifying sessions at Mount Panorama, and indeed the fastest ever qualifying time for any race ever in the history of Mount Panorama. Maro Engel, 2 minutes, 0.8819. Now, we haven't gone near that today. However, everyone tends to go just a little bit better when it comes to shootout time at Mount Panorama.
They're going to have to go quickly, quite quickly, because that rain is looking quite threatening.
That might actually throw the whole idea of what we're doing here into complete confusion, because what we've got in these two sessions is the less quick cars that were in the top 10 are going now. They might have the best conditions here, Garth, and you want to be out there right now getting your Pirelli tyres up to temperature and pressure and bothering that stopwatch straight away.
Yeah, that's correct. So back to Richard's original question of what time is it going to take to sit on pole position for tomorrow's Redco Bathurst 12-hour. Brock Feeney was the fastest in qualifying with a 2:01.89, so that's nearly a second away from the time that Maro Engel did last year. So it is much, much cooler now. I just stepped outside the commentary box to get a bit of a feels-like feel of the weather. And it was definitely much cooler than the conditions we had in qualifying. And with that cloud cover around, less UV on the circuit again. So that's one thing that you need to take into consideration. So I think you're going to have to be in the ones. Whether it's a mid-one is probably where you'd want to be.
Ironically, with a bit of cloud cover now, this looks like it could be almost perfect conditions. Just bringing the track temperature down a bit, so we could see some really fast times. Had a word with the guys from Manthey during the time that we were out of the booth, and we had those outstanding support category races. Thanks to Nolts, of course, and the cast of special guests who've been in with them, including you. Exactly as we suspected, by the way, they are just having to work a bit harder to get the Pirelli tyres up to temperature and pressure on the Porsche 911s, both of them, the 991 and the 992. And as we suspected, we looked at the BOP changes. The 991 does not have the extra 10 years. It's purely the 992. There's a slight difference in the fuel tank sizes as well, which is also a difference between the 991 and the 992, just by a litre.
Yeah, so some BOP changes just prior to qualifying. Oh, actually, you can see there on the dash of Kelvin van der Linde, the Race Logic, the timer that they use for stint length and pit stops has come adrift, and that's wobbling around in there, so it's not going to cost you any lap time, but gee, it'll be annoying when you see that thing flopping around. So you'll see it's hiding behind the dash, the 22 MPC signage board, and then when we flick into the chase, there it is, here it comes, stepping up. So there it is. So that is going to be infinitely annoying. That will be over the course of the lap. They'll fix that up in between runs for Kelvin van der Linde.
That's in his eye line, though, isn't it?
It will see that. Absolutely in your eye line.
It's like a live G-meter showing the forces at work. So
it does have GPS in it, that thing. It'll be going crazy at the moment.
So Kelvin van der Linde, the 27-year-old South African, will set the first representative-ish lap time at a 2:03.78. They'll go quicker than that. Liam Talbot watching on. He'll share this car with Kelvin. So who have we got? We've got Kelvin van der Linde, the South African. Ricardo Feller, who has had a couple of starts in this race. He's in the sister Audi from MPC, Audi Sport, the number 2 KFC car. This is Maxime Martin, back for another year with the BMW WRT squad. Car number 46. Valentino Rossi has been very, very quick in this car all weekend. And then both Porsches from Manthey EMA. So we saw a shot of Yasser Shaheen watching on. He's in car 911, the Shell V-Power car. Alessio Piccarello is behind the wheel of that car in his Bathurst debut. And car 912, which I noticed was the last car to leave the pit lane by a good chunk of time, is the Grello, the bright yellow and green latest spec 992 GT3R, and that's got M. Campbell behind the wheel. So Matt Campbell, former pole sitter here in 2022. Kelvin van der Linde has qualified second twice, and his combined margin losing poles about 0.3 of a second on combining the two together. He'd love to get the Alan Simonson pole award today.
Oh, that was neat. Very neat and tidy for the KFC Audi R8. Number 2 car, Ricardo Feller, coming down Conrod in that red and white car.
Vanderlinder's going very quickly too. This is a pretty good one. Somewhere in the ones, you'd think. Car number 22. Audis at speed at Mount Panorama. This is Ricardo Feller. Under brakes for Murray's. Decent lap for the young Swiss driver. He shares this car with Brad Schumacher, and it's a 203.5, but it's about to be beaten by Kelvin Vanderlinde, who gets into the twos with a 202.82. Gave away quite a bit of time in the final sector. That's about 9/10 of a second away from what a really, really good lapping qualifying spec will be, but his first and second splits were really good. So that's a bit of a shot there from Vanderlinde. And just to emphasise, any one of these cars could be on pole. Just because there's 5 still to run doesn't mean
My name is Mary,
that
and
one
you've
of
probably
these
seen my
5 could
picture on the
grab that
website.
top
This is my first video. We are very excited about shipping early next year our first plant. Today I'm going to show you how to add the fuel to make our first version 1 glow. Here's the same cohort of plants. You're basically cousin of the plant that you're going to get in the mail. This plant has the enzymes to make luciferase, but it doesn't have the enzymes to make luciferin, the fuel, the substrate. So we're going to show you how to add that today. Things you will need. You will need your plant. It's about 2 months old with low light. Okay, it's going to be about this size. Bigger or smaller depending on how much light it gets. Here is your fuel. It's going to come in a nice little liquid form. And then you're going to get a syringe. Now, this is just a syringe that pumps, but you can see it's completely blunt, all right? Now, you're going to suck up the luciferin into this syringe, and you're going to basically be injecting it into the plant leaf. The key to this is having one finger on one side of the syringe, and then the syringe on the other side. You'll be injecting it into the back of the leaf. Just get about 1 milliliter into your syringe. Turn the leaf over, making sure that you have one finger on the other side, and gently depress the lever. As you can see, some of the substrate is actually going through, again, making the leaf darker. That's all you need to do. All right, some of it will edge out the sides, but don't worry, you need about 3 good spots like this in order for your plant to glow. Now, folks, it doesn't start glowing immediately. There's some enzymatic processes that need to happen. So normally you're going to wait about 15 to 30 minutes before your plant starts to glow. Write us if you have any questions, and have fun.
So firefly belongs to a family of a beetle family, and this family is called Lampreyridae. So it's a firefly is a beetle, not a fly. And there are about 2,000 firefly species in the world, and 200 of them in Northern America and 60 of them in Europe. Here are some species. This Lampreyridae nicotiluca is found in Northern America, and Luciola cruciata is found in Europe. And this is a thing in the summer. You can see these fireflies glowing in the dark of the summer night. And the study of firefly, the observation of firefly started many, many years ago, things 23 to 79 CE. And the question asked is, how do fireflies flash? How does this firefly start? So there's a number of researchers, as you can see listed here, contributed to the discovery of the mechanism of bioluminescence. So firefly bioluminescence starts from the substrate known as D-luciferin, and this is the structure of D-luciferin. And luciferin is also known as a light bringer. It's a D form of luciferin. And OBA et al. Published the proposed synthetic pathway of luciferin in the lantern of adult firefly. So adult firefly can actually synthesize luciferin. So start from arbutin through this series of reactions, hydrolysis and oxidize.
There's no run off there as you turn into Murray's, the final corner, the final left-hander. It's white line, then grass, or dust, in fact.
2:02.8 goes to third, so decent lap. Picariello a little bit wide on the exit of the final corner. And the first
even
corner.
wider at turn 1. I see your last corner and raise you at turn 1.
Here's Matt, 50.69 to the first sector. Was a personal best, but his middle not utterly spectacular relative to everyone else. He's still on a personal best lap. I say that, he's fourth. He's only 0.32 from Ricardo Fella's ultimate lap time at this point. So still time to find. Have a listen to the flat 6 Porsche. At 8,000 RPM through the kink. And then as late as anything, under brakes at the top of the hill at the chase. So Matt on pole here in 2020. Great shootout lap. Used the Porsche's strengths across the top of Mount Panorama and under brakes to put himself on pole. Was the brand's first pole position here as well. What lap time is this for Matt? It's another brilliant final sector to 2:02.9. Closes the margin, doesn't change his position.
I wonder whether they've taken a lot of air off that car, because it's very strong in the first sector, very strong in the last sector, not so strong in the middle. And to win races at Bathurst, you need to be fast up the hill and fast down the hill, because you can't pass across the top. So I wonder whether Porsche have just changed their strategy a little bit with the way they run their cars, because traditionally the Porsche has always been super strong across the top of the mountain.
Picariello at the top of the mountain now, in front of a huge crowd, right on the fence line to Skyline. Snags 5th gear before the Thrifty Bridge. Now get it all gathered up. Loads of curb on the left-hand side there.
I'm loving what this guy's doing in the Porsche. He's just outdone Matt Campbell in the first sector, and then Campbell's just outdone him. So a bit of inter-team battle going on between the two EMA Porsches, but Picariello, in the older generation car, is doing some pretty special things.
1:22.3 cumulative lap time so far, his personal best. Campbell pushing on about 0.05 quicker to the first split. Fella still going on with it as well. You can see the little green sector pop up against the name, the driver of car number 2. This is the Shell V-Power Porsche. Nice.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was very tidy.
These two, well, he's going to close the margin. He's still 0.6 away from what would be provisional pole at the moment, car number 911. So let's see where this lap time stands and if there's any improvement. So 3-0. So he did get some margin, but again, no further position. But Matt Campbell's not too far behind. In fact, he's exiting the chase now. So 4th place right now, 0.2. He'll get to the line and he will get one more lap if he needs it, the Queenslander, but that will be it. Right now, 4th at best. But there's big improvement from the Porsche, and Campbell pulls 0.2 of a second and goes to the top, 2:02.42.
And he will have one more opportunity, one more push lap for Matt Campbell, so he continues on.
Close pit exit.
Checkered flag is out, so now every car that comes to the line, this is their last chance. Ricardo Fella will be the first to see the checkered flag. What does he have? 3-1, remains second. Fastest of the Audi so far. Van der Linde had a very good middle sector. Throws it at the last corner, hopes for the best. How does he come out the other side? No, nothing. 2.7, all but matches his best time at 2.7. Stays third.
Campbell's final sector in that session was where all the lap time came in. On that lap, Van der Linde 0.7 of a second away, and Matt's got out of it too. Manthey EMA, a bit of a joint forces operation between the iconic German Manthey racing squad and EMA Motorsport, headed up by Alex Frains and his hard-working team here in Australia, based out of Melbourne. Matt Campbell, well, there's some net gain, so he's gained some ground. The worst he can start now is P6. But it could be better than that. That's a pretty good benchmark. 2:02.42 for the Queenslander. 0.2 of a second quicker than Ricardo Fella and Kelvin van der Linde.
good point made about how the cars are making their times. Calvin van der Linde was nearly 4/10 quicker than Matt Campbell in the middle sector on their respective best lap times. But Matt Campbell comes out on the top of part 1 to 2:02.4. That is the benchmark, and everybody who goes next knows what they
had a 44.5 litre engine, which produced 2,200 kilowatts, and it reached a top speed of about 600 k's per hour. That was the targeted one, and then he wanted to go higher as well, but the production was cancelled on that. So today we're going to go through all these different features, and there isn't actually a lot of information on this car despite how many features there are. But in terms of what there is out there and some automotive aerodynamic knowledge, we can go through these different features and talk about what they do and why. So the first thing to keep in mind is this was built for speed, so we need to have as low a drag coefficient as possible. So first of all, the drag coefficient of this thing, you can't really see too much on here, but it's 0.18. So to give you some perspective, that is in 1939. To look at cars these days, so if you were to go out and just buy a regular car, on average, that car will have a drag coefficient of about 0.26 to 0.28. So this is a third less than that already, and this was 90 years ago, or 80 years ago. So that's how aerodynamic this thing is. But it's not just about drag reduction, it's also about downforce reduction, because as you go faster, you want to have downforce to keep you on the road and not lose control. So let's go through a bunch of these different features to discuss what's happening. So the first thing we have is the enclosed cockpit. So the driver in there, he or she is not going to be seeing the flow, so that is now reducing the drag there by letting the flow go around this predefined shape, which is quite streamlined. Second, we see these wings, which is really the most prominent feature on the car, really. And from this perspective, it doesn't really look like too much. They just look like little plates coming out. But from this perspective, we can really see now that these wings, first of all, are sort of tilted up, and they're also cambered. That means that these are producing downforce, and they also do produce some sideways stability. What else do we have here? Well, if we look at the wheels, we see that all these wheels here are completely enclosed, and that is very good for drag, because drag from the wheels typically account for about 30% of the car's total drag. And this car actually had 6 wheels, so that's 50% more drag there as well. So in this picture, you can kind of see 2 wheels at the back here, so 2 axles, and then the one at the front. That's where the 6 wheels come in. So covering all these wheels dramatically reduces drag. It's just like if you were to completely cover the rims, and if you go to like 1950s cars, for example, when you have these like the hubs mostly covered, that's kind of what this looks like. But this was way before that anyway, so this was a real masterpiece. So that reduces the drag there. Another thing we have is the front. So you see the bonnet here? It's not like a regular car, where a regular car these days is quite blocky. This one is much more streamlined, it's much sleeker. So that means that the air coming in the front here is not hitting this very blunt object, it's hitting this quite like sharp front, and then that then goes over the car and reduces the drag that way. And then that can be funneled around the cockpit as well. Now, in terms of the rear, this is quite interesting, and also the cockpit, we see the same kind of feature happening among all these features, so the same kind of idea. So back on to this picture here, we see that the cockpit starts to blend quite a lot into the body of the car, and then the 2 like vertical fins that house the wheels also kind of blend a little bit more into the body as we go downstream. That is for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's for drag reduction. So we do get a lower drag because it's not just this abrupt drop in terms of this cross-sectional area. It reduces quite gradually. The second thing is that with these 2 rear vertical fins, we get some sideways stabilities, and especially during corners. And finally, we do see a diffuser at the back here, but it's not nearly as similar as a regular car. So if you look at the back on this car, it is very sharp, and that is very good for drag reduction, because the back of the car on regular cars these days is pretty much the main producer of drag. You have such a flat, big back that has a low pressure there, that just results in a lot more drag being formed, because the front has high pressure, back has low pressure. That's pressure drag pushing the car backwards. Because we have such a small back here, we don't get that. We might have a small low pressure here, but even still, this is very streamlined, so the flow would be converging quite nicely. There wouldn't really be any flow separation, so there wouldn't really be much low pressure here anyway. So that is going to reduce the drag dramatically. And then you have the diffuser as well, which sort of funnels the flow nicely and converges with the flow from the top here. And at the back here, these 2 fins also sort of converge and quite sharply as well. So those are the major features of this car, and why this is my favorite car. You can actually find it in Stuttgart, and if you are ever in Stuttgart, you should go to the Mercedes-Benz Museum. And
What are you doing?
Seducing your cat. Oh, you're looking at me? Oh, you're looking at me? You wanna fuck me? Oh, I'm just bending over to tie my shoelace. Oh no, I dropped something. I didn't stretch before. Usually when I go to the club beforehand, I stretch so that doesn't happen. But I think I just pulled my left hamstring. Oh, 腿. Oh, 腿. Oh, 腿. 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 Ah.
This guy is fat.
By embedding specialized nanoparticles into the leaves of watercress plants, MIT engineers have been able to induce the plants to give off a dim light for nearly 4 hours. And they believe that with further optimization, such plants will one day be bright enough to illuminate an entire workspace. Imagine that instead of switching on a lamp when it gets dark, you could read by the light of a glowing plant on your desk. To create their glowing plants, the MIT team turned to luciferase, the enzyme that gives fireflies their glow. Luciferase acts on a molecule called luciferin, causing it to emit light. Another molecule called coenzyme A helps the process along by removing a reaction byproduct that can inhibit luciferase activity. The MIT team packaged each of these three components. Another molecule called coenzyme A helps their glow. Luciferase acts on a molecule called luciferin, causing it to emit light. Another molecule.
This guy is fast.
Yeah, and probably series links also.
Yeah. This guy is fast.
Yeah, and probably series links also.
Yeah. He's not even lifting straight here. Oh, fancy bike. Ooh, fancy Ferrari. Ooh, fancy RS3. Is it the 8Y or is it? No, it's the one before.
8V, yeah.
Yeah, nice. I'm not sure if I think I did drive one of these versions.
Yeah, but it was a hatch, I think.
Yeah, and the one that got overheated, I think.
Yeah, it's possible with all the problems. Huh?
Yeah. So, and is yours like any mods to it?
Yeah, I have full DBA braking setup.
Nice.
So it's full DBA discs and pads.
All right.
I changed the brake fluid.
All right.
Castrol.
That's good.
And then it's lower ton KW Haas.
Yeah.
So just normal tough height.
All right.
But,
and got some Hankook Ventus, something.
S1 Evo 3, yeah.
Hopefully.
They're like almost in the space of the PS4, to be honest.
All right.
I've drove the PS4.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I don't feel that much difference.
Okay, well.
Maybe a little more understeer, but.
Yeah. Power is like 400 or so, I believe.
No, it's around 500.
500. So it's modified.
Yes.
All right. Well,
yes.
Cool.
Just to be honest, my previous car was the 8V Sportback.
Yeah.
And the handling of the limo is different though.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's you have a little more confidence with the back behind you.
Okay.
So I'm really curious how you're gonna drive it.
All right. Well, let's have a look. Let's hop in, do a lap.
Enjoy it.
Yeah. Thanks.
I mean, it's still Audi, but
should be fun. I haven't driven one.
You had an R6, right?
Sorry?
You had an R6, right?
Well, I had it for like 2 weeks that they gave it to me. Yeah. Okay, I'll go.
better than this, huh?
Yeah, but this is not bad either.
No?
It scrapes a bit.
Yeah. I think it's nice to drive it on the Nordschleife, but not every weekend.
Yeah, of course. It does have some Audi steer, but it's not horrible.
I mean, you could better it if I set some more M, but
yeah, or put like stickier tires on or something. But it's not bad.
What do you think of the brakes?
Good so far. Let's ask again after halfway in the lap.
I didn't have any troubles with it.
That's good. That's good. No, it's quite good. Let's see about the temperature test as well, because that's always a big question in modified cars. What? What does it want?
Just brake pads.
Okay. Like when you have warning in the bottom of Foxhole, when you're doing like 250 or something. Brake pads are okay.
Yeah, they're good.
Good.
I checked them before the drive, so.
Okay. That was wide.
Tires are getting hot now.
Yep. Feels that the power delivery getting slightly less. Well, brakes are alright. But better than you saw it there. It was like...
It's also the tires.
Yeah, of course.
The tires are not the best, of course,
yes.
But my second car was a Corsa OPC.
Okay.
I did like 200 laps with it.
Yeah.
Yellow.
Yep. Well, gives the car opportunity to cool down a bit, so...
What do you think of it, Sport?
Actually, it's, I expected worse.
Yeah?
Like, the speeds we were doing certain sections, like Foxhole and others, it was like, okay, it's really gives me confidence. Yeah, now you see the tires are getting over to the bar, so that's going to be a challenging aspect. But actually, handling was good. Now the tires are a very limiting factor because already by Metzgesfeld, like understeering so much to the outside, it's like I'm not a fan of these Hancocks. It's personal opinion.
For daily use,
for daily use,
perfect.
Great. But for when you start pushing, it's like, so. But no, and actually the temperature stayed nicely. We're now on 115 degrees. We floored it the whole uphill section of Kesselchen. Usually, like you've seen in the previous car that I drove with some mods on it, overheated way through the roof. So
But it was like more horsepower than this, I think, right?
I think so, but quite often, like it's not even about a lot of power. Or anything.
That's most problems with these guys. With these cars, they put a map on it, but they don't do any performance upgrades like oil cooler or anything like that.
This guy is fast.
Yeah?
He's fast.
135i?
I don't know what it is, but I was in a, I think, modified Golf 6 this morning, and he just went. But you can see on his wheels, his camber is just like massive. Like, this is not a stock car, bro. Not a stock car. The cage, it's like a track sleeper.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Yeah. And probably semi slicks also.
Yeah. He's not even lifting straight here. Like, look at him dancing through the corners. That's amazing. Almost.
Brakes still good?
Yeah, but the tires is not a limiting factor.
Thanks for the lap.
Yeah, thank you. It was actually fun. Like
Sorry, I'm really sweaty.
Don't worry. Like I said, I expected significantly worse, but
could you just do a small cool down?
Yeah, we'll do on the track. I mean, next to the road. Yeah, for sure. No, definitely the car deserves a cool down. Yeah, and the tires almost like 100 degrees, like 94 and the 2.9 bar. No, that's really yeah.
Did you like it more than the other roadsters?
Well, this one survived the whole lap, so so that's your answer there. No, I love the fact that the brakes worked and that like it's and the power was there the whole time.
Yeah.
Obviously, the tire temps are now through the roof. Second half of the lap was just like
podium yet. Should be some improvement from Maro. But 5 seconds to go. And he remains P3.
He still has the over rotation and the chase and the final corner. As soon as he turns the wheel, he has to catch it and kill the momentum in the mid-corner. So Engel remains third, but still continues to improve his position. So, I mean, they'll be happy to be starting third should it remain the same.
Is there anything that he can do with the tools in the car, brake balance or something like that he can mitigate that?
Yes, you definitely still have brake balance, so you can change the brake performance front to rear. And you also have different ABS maps, if you like. So the amount of ABS that goes to the front axle or the amount of ABS that goes to the rear axle. To me, it looks like AMG are using the rear axle to rotate the car, so they've got a lot of rear brake in the car to make it turn, but that's overpowering. So when the car's on the limit, it's over-rotating and making the car nervous. If you get it right, it's working nicely, but it just looks like the rear axle's overpowering the front. So maybe leave that ABS map as it is, but dial some front bias into it. It might be the challenge.
You wouldn't set it up like that for the race.
No,
that would be
certainly
incredibly challenging.
Definitely quali spec.
3 minutes to go, Krillsy. Who's on the quick ones?
Kenny Habor was watching on. Well, Jordan White still pressing on, 10th at the moment. So Matt Campbell, who saw set the quickest time in part 1 of the Pirelli shootout, has now been relegated to the second row of the grid. So his 202.42, good enough right now for 4th, but still potential to go further back if Stolz or Jordan Love on this lap in particular could go quicker. So the 88 not far away. We're watching Brock Feeney hustling on in the national score of Triple 8 entry. and personal best middle sector across the top. So he's not given up. That might have been a very good benchmark from Sheldon van der Linde. But Brock Feeney, who is such a great rising star of Aussie motorsport.
He was on the throttle nice and early leaving Forest Elbow that lap, so it looked like he had a bit of mid-corner understeer, but he just buried the throttle and hoped that it would rotate late. It did. Nice and late on the brakes, and that car, again, looks much more settled than Maro Engel's car. So mentioned earlier that Feeney's braking a little bit earlier than some of the other Euro drivers, but flowing more speed through the mid-corner, and that's treating him well lap time-wise.
That's neat again, that.
Does Feeney he improves the lap time, but not the position, and then just improves the lap time. He locked in on a 2-2, that car at the moment. Remember, he did a 1.89 to get into the shootout, so the car has the potential.
Jordan Love with a 3-0, so 1.1 seconds away, remains 10th. There is Sheldon van der Linde watching on from the WRT BMW team. That squad winners here in 2018. Never had a South African on the top spot in qualifying at this place. A little first from another great motorsporting nation. Could he do the job? Charles Weerts and Dries van Tor. Dries are winning here with that squad in 2018 when they were an Audi team. Engel still pushing on, so Maro's gone quicker. Personal best in the first sector. And Lucas Stolz, this is his final lap. There's only a minute to go, but...
Yeah, Stolz has rolled out of it, so... less than a minute to go, he won't get around and back to the line again in time.
Maro's just done his personal best going up the mountain. How's he across the top? Just waiting for the time. Yes, that's his personal best as well. And he's a couple of ticks of the clock away from Sheldon van der Linde's time. At the moment, he is in a challenging position. 50.1 against 50.1. 31.3 in the middle. This is going to be potentially an improvement, but will it get him onto the front row, or will it get him all the way to the Alan Simonson Trophy? No, he's bailed out.
Get you to pit lane.
Wow.
It's a surprise, because there was potential to go to the front row there. And Feeney's rolled out of it as well, so...
Jordan Love still on a lap, but it's not a lap that's going to put him anywhere quite near the front couple of rows of the grid. So BMW...
1, checkered flag, close pit exit.
As the checkered flag drops on qualifying, BMW back on top in qualifying at Mount Panorama. They scored pole here in 2018 with Chaz Mostert, and a brilliant lap from Sheldon van der Linde, the 24-year-old South African from a great South African racing family. They've qualified second here before. His brother Kelvin just missed out twice, and Sheldon has done the job for BMW with a 201.98 to grab the Alan Simonson Pole Award.
And they were so confident, Garth. That takes some kind of belief in yourself that between the engineer and the driver, there was no more pace left in that car. We're going to park it. There you go, guys. I'm in the clubhouse at 7 under. Come and catch me.
Yeah, I think as a team, you make that decision going into the session. We're going to fuel the car for one run. We're going to prep the tyre for go out and do it very, very early. The driver needs to go and deliver, and he's delivered by 2.5 tenths over Brock Feeney to start from pole position. So big job from Sheldon van der Linde to start from pole position for BMW. Only their second pole in the GT3 era for BMW.
And look how tight it is from the front row backwards. It is ridiculously close. All subject to post-qualifying checks, but at the moment, that's how it stands. WRT, the team from Belgium, Vincent Voss's Equipe. 2 years as a BMW team. They've snatched pole away with a confident drive from Sheldon van der Linde, who did his laps, parked the car, got the kettle on, boiled an egg, and waited for everybody else to come through to the end. And that is the Alan Simonson Pole Trophy, going the way of a phenomenally well-organised teams.
Beautiful lap, and it's great to see WRT back on top. We've got the Alan Simonson Trophy here with the crew from Pirelli ready to introduce it to our pole team here today. 10 years of the Alan Simonson Trophy, and what a special moment this is for Sheldon van der Linde getting the job done. We'll hop in and have a chat with these guys right now as well. Kelvin's come close over the years. He's been second on a few occasions. I know it's the sports cover of how much the name on that track means for a lot of you.
What does it take to shape the future?
Oh, honestly, man, I have massive goosebumps right now.
We are bound by physics, not imagination. It all starts with an electric pulse.
Bounds of space, there's no air. If something happens, how long can you hold your breath?
Hi, my name's Andy Stumpf. I'm a skydiver, base jumper, wingsuit flyer.
Of our true do this because it's to go up that high in altitude, man's land, touching the bounds.
You have two choices in life. You have discipline and you have regret. Those are the two choices you can have. You can want to do all these really cool things and not work hard, and you can regret the fact that you never got there, or you can see what you want to do, have the discipline to
just rumours. Obviously, none of that's true right now. Yeah, we'll wait and see what happens in the morning. I'm sure we'll have a long discussion tonight, but he's very experienced in those conditions. We're just a couple of Barrys from Australia that drive supercars normally, so hopefully I can have a big sleep in the morning and stroll over about lunchtime, and these lads have done most of the work.
Well, Will, it's not like you've been doing a lot of the hard work in the last 2 sessions, but before that, there was a lot of heavy lifting. So how do you calm yourself down, reset, and prepare for the race tomorrow?
Yeah, I felt like I did a lap then. I was pretty nervous watching that, but no, Brock's done an awesome job all weekend. So qualified provisional pole and then second. It's awesome to start on the front row, but for me, it's just been building up, getting more and more laps and getting more used to the car.
And the team as well. I mean, how much of utilization is this race for you preparing for next weekend?
Yeah, it's massive for us to be able to be on the track all weekend, do a 12-hour race tomorrow, and then come back here next weekend in the supercars. It's awesome preparation for that, and obviously for myself, getting used to working with the new team. So that's been a great part of it as well.
I'll ask both of you this. I'll start with you first, Will. Do you like sharing the car with them?
Yeah, no, it's been terrible. No, I'm joking. It's been really good. Yeah, it's different for me. You know, I'm not used to sharing a car all the time. So, no, it's been good, though. It's been a lot of fun teaming up for the first weekend.
And Brock?
Yeah, I could say some real bad joke, but no, it has been good fun. We get along okay. But no, it's been good. Obviously, having Mick as well has been awesome to lean on someone with so much experience. And for myself and Will, we don't drive these cars so often, especially for Will. It's sort of, he's just jumping in. So it's been good fun this weekend. We've got a great team behind us, and let's hope that can pay off tomorrow.
Good luck, guys. Look forward to chatting with you throughout the race.
Yes, thank you.
Nice work, Brock Feeney, standing up just like he did in Pirelli Shootout last year. You've got to back this up next week as well. All part of Superfest with the Thrifty Bathurst 500. The international viewers got to check all that action out as well on Superview, so go and subscribe to that one if you want to see all the action here in 7 days' time. Fellas, Pirelli Shootout, wow, how about this team behind us? Jack, they're looking pretty ominous for tomorrow right now.
Yeah, they are. Mate, it was a great session, wasn't it? I mean, to give the drivers 15 minutes around Bathurst to do multiple laps. You know, normally when we see the top 10 shootouts, one lap. This time you get a few more laps up your sleeve. But I tell you, this car behind us didn't need the whole session. They came in early once they put the time on the board. But it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out tomorrow. Last year with these BMW turbocharged cars, we saw through the heat of the day, they lost a lot of the speed of the car. So it's whether they can sustain it for the full 12 hours.
Yeah, that's a really good point. They were lightning quick, as was Chaz Mostert a few years ago as well, when it was all starting in the darkness. I'm looking forward to that. We'll talk about the starting in the dawn very, very soon. Garth, your take on the top 10? How about Brock Feeney, hey? Back-to-back on the front row.
Yeah, Brock did a great job putting it back on the front row again after his heroics from last year. I still think the Mercedes is the car to have. Like BMW have good one-lap pace, but to Jack's point, you know, there's a real question mark over how their performance will go in the heat of the day. The only turbocharged outright car in GT3 here this weekend, so that'll be a factor once the heat of the day warms up throughout Sunday. But AMG, I mean, they've got an armada of cars that are going to be towards the front of the field. Both the 888 cars, the Craft Bamboo car, the Grouper M car, the Sun 75 Sun Energy car. There's so many AMG cars that are super strong, and that car looks like it's the most consistent over a run as well. So we haven't seen anyone do any long runs yet, so that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
When you look at the list of names that finished inside the top 10 for Pirelli qualifying, it was Sheldon van der Linde beating not only his brother but the rest of the field as well, in a great range of cars from BMW to AMG, and the Porsche in there as well with the Audi. So a lot of different marks in there, and for a 201 to get flung that early into that last session. We saw 200s last year, but it looks like ones are going to be the quickest laps that we get. And tomorrow in race pace, we have seen 201s in race pace as well. So for tomorrow, guys, we've had a recent announcement that the Mercedes is going to be limited to running just the 32 laps of fuel. So we'll only be seeing 32 lap runs and fuel tomorrow. So strategy-wise, we'll have a bit of an idea of how it's all going to play out, Jack, tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always interesting here for the 12-hour because the start of the race, and it's looking like the first 45 minutes is probably going to be dark.
Yep.
And that's when the older drivers sort of run away because they don't want to start in those nighttime conditions because it's pretty hard. And the younger guys normally put their hand up for it. So that's going to be really interesting. And then just the way the track changes through the course of the day. We're going to go from the nighttime into sunrise, and the sun's going to be putting a lot of UV on the circuit, and then it reaches a peak around 2 o'clock and it's going to cool back down. So keeping up with the conditions, keeping the car consistent and sort of staying out of trouble is what everyone's sort of predicting.
Yeah, there's also a prediction, Jack, of some fog tomorrow as well. If that happens early, you watch all the Pro-Am guys just chewing through the minutes in the beginning of the broadcast. One thing we noticed, Garth, when we drove through the gates today, my gosh, the campsites here, especially in the infield, they are packed.
Yeah, I mean, we noticed it on Thursday when we rolled in that the campground at the back of the pit paddock here was almost full, and it's continued to fill up. And then then all the campgrounds across the top of the mountain, and the fans on the side of the racetrack throughout that qualifying session. So great turnout here this weekend for the 12-hour, and this event continues to grow and grow and grow. So great opportunity to see GT3 cars here this weekend, hang around for a week in downtown Bathurst, and watch supercars next weekend. So it's not a bad way to set up camp and hang out at Bathurst for 10 days or so.
Yeah, so if you're wondering when it all starts tomorrow, we are going to be live from Mount Panorama. Nice and early, gentlemen. Set your alarms because 5:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, we are live. I think that works out to be about prime time into Europe as well, which is pretty handy too. So you'll be having your dinner in Europe, we'll be having our brekkie down here. And like you mentioned, Jack, a good hour of racing in the darkness, huh?
Yeah, something to really look forward to. And we spoke about a lot of the manufacturers, and except for the Porsche of Matty Campbell, I can't wait to see what he can do tomorrow. As Garth pointed out in commentary, his car looks really fast down the straights, and quite often you'll win the race at Bathurst down the straights, not over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, so it's nothing like watching a night race at Abu Dhabi or Singapore, by the way. Garth, it's night up there.
Yeah, I can tell you from experience, it is proper dark when they roll out at 5:45. So watch out for that. Like Jack said, all the experienced drivers will be hiding in the back of the garage. Put all the young bucks in early, and then put the experienced hand in late.
It's been great to have your company here for qualifying day. Well done to Sheldon van der Linde. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Glenwood goes to the top with a 4-0.
Millimetre perfect. We'll have a 2:01.89. And that is an excellent beer steak.
You would like to start in the darkness?
No.
And Campbell pulls 0.2 of a second and goes to the top. BMW back on top in qualifying.
Did you know that Assetto Corsa right now is more popular than ever? From the last Assetto Corsa update done in 2019 to now 2024, it almost tripled the player base. One of the main reasons is that the modding scene injects continuing interest in the game. The mod's development creates larger and larger interest, as it is very large in scope, which in turn creates communities, which in turn creates even more interest. This positive reinforcement loop in Assetto Corsa, with the modding community in the center, is a reason why it is consistently gaining players with the PC release. Now, with Assetto Corsa 2 upon us, I think this kinda needs to change a bit. The modding community basically gave Assetto Corsa a new lease in life. It gave it a lot of life of its own and allowed it to flourish in ways that nobody expected, including adding the necessary complexities and features to the game that were needed from the start. I'm talking about features that weren't added because they weren't considered or even thought possible by Kunos. With Assetto Corsa 2 announced, one can wonder if it can fill the boots of Assetto Corsa 10 years after its launch. Here's the thing, Assetto Corsa is really significant for sim racing and really significant for a lot of people. Therefore, Assetto Corsa 2 can't be just the next title down the line for Kunos. It really needs to be the next Assetto Corsa with all that we associate with. We're talking about the variety of content, the excellent physics, the features that come with the mods and are on Competizione as well, and of course, the modding support. Let's imagine this. Let's say that Assetto Corsa 2 comes out and ends up being a really good game in the levels of Competizione in terms of quality, and we're talking about models, tracks, excellent physics, and so on. But like Competizione, it won't have any mods. Everything would be closed off to DLCs or free content, and let's say that the DLCs are fantastic in terms of value and content. Surely it would have buyers and players, but would it have the same success or even the same long-term appeal? I really don't think so. But then again, I believe Assetto Corsa will have modding support. Something has been out saying it had, but I'm not too sure. Kunos, I don't think they have come forward with it. But if it does have modding support, hopefully it will be at the level or better than Assetto Corsa. But even if that's the case, it's still going to take a bit for modders
Progress now 50 meters away. You can see right at the bottom of the cylindrical aft port of Zvezda is that crosshair target. That is the docking target that the
Would you ever date a woman that's a nurse?
Nurses are known to be the biggest cheaters. They're sleeping with other nurses, men nurses, they're sleeping with the doctors. They love them some doctors. If your girl is a nurse and she has a hot doctor that she works with, chances are them late hours, they getting their freak on. He's hitting her on the side of the nursing bed while you waiting for her at home.
Would you ever date a woman that's a nurse?
Just to recap, everything went very smoothly, no issues with the automated approach of the Progress 87 cargo craft that is in the process of mechanically linking up to the International Space Station. Once the relative motion of the two docking interfaces dampen out, the docking probe in the process of retracting, and then hooks will close to form a hard mate between the two vehicles. Progress delivering 2.7 tons of food, fuel, and supplies for the Expedition 70 crew on board the International Space Station. Once again, the docking of the Progress vehicle to the International Space Station occurred at 12:06 a.m. Central Time, 1:06 a.m. Eastern Time, as the station and the Expedition 70 crew flew 260 miles over the South Pacific.
5-2, you need to check into one parameter. Please open the radiogram.
We're waiting for the final retraction of the docking probe to initiate the closing of the hooks to form a hard mate between the newly arrived Progress and the aft docking port of the Zvezda service module.
You need to check to see if there's a check mark on the output display.
The forward docking probe has fully retracted now, and hooks are beginning to close.
Nikolai, MPEG 2 LAN output, there is no check mark. Could you please put the check mark in there? Okay, I put the check mark in there.
We are standing by for the closing of the hooks to form a hard mate between Progress and the International Space Station.
Okay, copy all. Thank you. You can cancel the recording in both places. Please downlink video of IOC.
And we now have confirmation that the hooks have closed, so Progress is mechanically captured, and we have a hard mate between the Progress and the Zvezda service module to complete tonight's operation. Back here in Mission Control, the team of flight controllers watching over their consoles as the beginning of the day on Saturday begins for the Expedition 70 crew. The cosmonauts had been awakened several hours earlier to prepare for the final approach and docking of the Progress resupply vehicle that occurred just about 6 minutes ago, with a docking flawlessly achieved at 12:06 a.m. Central Time, 1:06 a.m. Eastern Time. So the Progress is home. The resupply ship will undergo a series of leak checks before the hatches are opened to begin the process of unloading the 2.7 tons of cargo that was delivered by the Progress on a flawless 2-day journey from its launch pad of the Baikonur Cosmodrome to the International Space Station. So with that, we'll wrap up our coverage for this morning. The Progress has completed an event-free approach and docking to the International Space Station. Everything went perfectly. With that, we'll bid you a good holiday weekend from Mission Control in Houston.
A university professor told the New York Times if he wanted to create a situation that would make people act badly and angrily, he would just make them drive. That anger, the Times writes, is one cause of reckless driving in the United States. Motor vehicle crashes caused more than 42,000 deaths in 2021. It's nearly as many as there were some 50 years ago. Matthew Scher wrote about the issue for the Times Magazine. He joins us now. Matthew, thank you. One of the experts in your piece said the condition of driving in the U.S. had been as if someone had flipped a switch. What did they mean by that?
The onset of some of the heightened fatality rates that we've seen across the country did happen very rapidly, and they coincided with the start of COVID. So you can track it. You just showed a graph on the screen, but for years, for decades, in fact, fatalities were starting to shrink around the country. And then they just sort of drastically spike up around the time of COVID. They've since reduced a little, but they're still at numbers that are extremely heightened.
And what would some of the contributing factors be for those heightened numbers?
It's a real mix, but when it comes down to it, what seems to be driving it is behavior. People are driving without their seatbelts. They're driving way too fast. They're driving too aggressively. They're weaving lanes more than they should. They're blowing through stop signs and stop lights. It's just it's an aggregate of all these behaviors. And then you add drunk driving, which was also something that was starting to shrink over the past 10 years and has also shot up recently.
And I mentioned that the professor you interviewed who studies anger and who basically said, as I recall, that if you just wanted to make somebody angry and put them in a situation that would exacerbate or push all those buttons, driving would be it.
It's true. I mean, look, the American Psychological Association says that Americans are more stressed now than they have been in 30, 40 years. They despair more about the state of the country and about their own futures. So we carry stress with us everywhere we go. That's part of being human. Then we get into a car and we're in that car for longer periods of time because our commutes are longer than ever. Traffic is worse than ever. And we are in an environment where sometimes we don't think about the people in the cars around us. We get provoked, someone's tailgating us, someone's speeding next to us, and everything that we have tamped down inside of us, all the stress and anxiety we have, it comes out to really disastrous effect.
And Matthew, you had a fascinating figure, I thought, about the lingering effect of checking your phone when you're driving.
Yeah, exactly. So look, we've known for a long time that distracted driving
the good stuff. Someone's got to eat that. You got to
back Super Bowls and lost every one.
Wait, say that again.
They made it to 4 back-to-back Super Bowls.
The good stuff. Someone's got to eat that. You got to
back Super Bowls and lost every one.
Wait, say that again.
They made it to 4 back-to-back Super Bowls.
The good stuff. Someone's got to eat that. You got to
back Super Bowls and lost every one.
Wait, say that again.
They
crazy than breaking into Fort Austin. Actually doing it and only taking a bloody... Someone's robbed a grave in Fort Austin and made off with nothing but a corpse. Now the DMC soldiers are too busy pointing fingers and covering their asses to watch over the shoreline.
Storm's rolling in. Storm's rolling in. Dummer. I just polished my boots.
Admiral Rama needs funds to keep her cause afloat. How about we arrange some donations from the DMC? Only a kingpin's daring adventures for you. The docks and taverns ring with word of your deeds. glory is in your faith.
We finally got the treasure! Quickly now! Let her catch the wind!
The lost rule and when. How much of these round you take? I am in the wrong thing.
Wish all my customers were more like you. So many young pirates are barking for my wares. Those fools wouldn't know what to do with this kind of steel. You bring honor to my family name, Captain. I thank you.
Did you see how much the captain has contact?
Hey, you wanna set sail or not?
The good stuff. So
a 29-year-old chef from Harbor Springs died over the weekend from a 29-year-old chef from Harbor Springs died over the weekend from a rare fungal disease that ravaged his lungs, according to his family. Ian Pritchard was being treated for blastomycosis, which the CDC says is caused by inhaling a fungus that lives in moist soil and decomposing wood and leaves.
He got sick shortly before Thanksgiving, and after months of not responding to the treatment, he asked to be taken off life support. We talked with his father today, one day before what would have been Ian's 30th birthday.
We both held his hands, and he was pretty.
We're learning about the danger behind a countertop material found in millions of American. We're learning about the danger behind a countertop material found in millions of American homes. Engineered stone, also called quartz, is popular because it's beautiful and can be made in multiple colors and finishes. But many of the workers who make those counters are getting sick from a material called silica. It can get in their lungs, leaving them in need of a lung transplant and at risk of death. Consumer investigative correspondent Anna Warner has exclusive interviews with workers suffering from the deadly disease silicosis. Anna, good morning.
Good morning, Vlad. You know, once installed, these products are not dangerous to you, the consumer. But if you're buying new countertops for your new home or a renovation project, you should know some workers are dying so you can have them.
This wasn't what Dennis Williams expected at age 36, sitting home instead of working, waiting for a lung transplant to save his life.
You live with the pain. It's an inexplicable pain. I have pain every day.
The cause? Silicosis, a deadly lung disease his doctors say resulted from working in a shop like this one, cutting and shaping countertops made of engineered stone. Over the past decade, engineered stone countertops made from crushed quartz have taken over the U.S. market. They come in a range of colors and patterns, and manufacturers talk up the product's advantages.
Resistant to cracks, stains, heat, and chemicals.
But compared to natural stone, these slabs often contain much higher levels of crystalline silica, as much as 95%, a material that, if inhaled, can cause silicosis, which destroys the lungs. Workers who cut and shape those slabs, like these in videos we obtained, often work in a haze of silica dust, and many are now becoming sick.
Every week or every 2 weeks, I hear about a new case here.
Dr. Jane Fazio is a pulmonary critical care physician at a UCLA medical center north of Los Angeles.
For instance, yesterday, I had a patient. He'd had a cough he didn't really think anything of, and I basically told him that he was going to need a lung transplant or he was going to die in the next couple of years.
This was the conversation you had with a man just yesterday.
This is the conversation I have almost weekly.
A study she led last year found in California, nearly a fifth of the workers who got silicosis on the job died.
It almost sounds like an epidemic.
It definitely is.
It is.
It's an epidemic.
Often, it's immigrant Latino workers paying the price. Along with Williams, now waiting for his transplant, there's 56-year-old Arturo Batista, a father of 3 who says he has to keep working despite being diagnosed with silicosis.
I know it's doing me harm, but I have nowhere else to work.
And 34-year-old Gustavo Reyes Gonzalez, who had to have a lung transplant last February.
There's very little possibility that my life lasts long. The transplant is for a few years, nothing more.
Did anyone ever tell any of you that you needed protection from the dust?
No.
No.
They're now suing.
Did anyone ever tell any of you that you needed protection from the dust?
No.
They're now suing their attorney, James Nevin.
Many of these workers are in their 20s, their 30s, their 40s, and they will be dead within a year if they don't get a lung transplant. The manufacturers knew all that. They knew exactly this is what was going to happen.
The manufacturers declined to comment on the lawsuits. An industry group, the Silica Safety Coalition, said exposure to silica dust is preventable if fabrication shops comply with state and federal OSHA regulations and requirements. Another, the Engineered Stone Manufacturers Association, said licensing programs and enhanced regulatory oversight are the keys to protecting workers. But in December, Australia banned engineered stone, finding compliance in the industry was insufficient and the product poses an unacceptable risk to workers. So what's it like in fabrication shops here? On this short street in an industrial area north of Los Angeles, we walked past roughly a dozen independent fabrication businesses and watched as the dust flew.
When you look in these shops, are you seeing the kind of protection that you would want to see mostly?
No.
On another street not far away, 33-year-old Joseph Mondragon invited us into the stone cutting shop his father started 40 years ago, as workers cut into slabs.
The workers do try to keep the dust down in here, but literally, it's everywhere.
Mondragon says he's been around the shop since he was 15, but is just now getting warnings about the dangers of engineered stone cutting.
It's scary just to know that we're out here making a living and we could get sick over some dust that we didn't really have no knowledge of.
Just 2 weeks ago, Dennis Williams finally got a double lung transplant. Doctors say if he's lucky, it may let him live to his mid-40s.
I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
This doesn't need to be happening, right? This is a completely preventable disease, and it's killing people that all they want to do is go to work and provide for their families every day. You have the right to go to work and have your work not kill you, right?
Yes.
Caesar Stone told us the health and safety of our employees, suppliers, and partners is of top priority. California has put temporary emergency regulations.
Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD, is an inflammatory lung disease that makes it hard to exhale air from your lungs. If you've been diagnosed with COPD,
Google search just isn't hitting the same way anymore.
Has anyone else noticed that Google is absolute garbage lately?
I think I might try start using Bing or DuckDuckGo.
Searching for even the simplest piece of information on Google right now makes me feel like the whole world is playing a prank.
Even Wall Street is taking issue.
I think there are some concerns on use of competitive AI tools as an alternative to search.
The mainstreaming of generative AI, OpenAI's ChatGPT moment, it took the behemoth by surprise. And it could now threaten to knock it off the podium.
Everybody who's watching technology, the entire market, understands that Google's been slow here.
A perfect storm of younger platforms encroaching.
I also use TikTok as Google now. Like, anytime I want to know anything.
Nimbler, hungrier startups hot on its tail.
What Perplexity does is a paradigm shift in search.
Wait a minute. If we started all over
cover story, the great debate about personal space on an airplane. Okay, I just want you to take a real close look at this. Do you see the sock?
Is that a sock?
It's a sock.
Is that a foot in the sock?
Yes.
How is that up for debate?
Well,
it shouldn't be there, George.
That's my point. It went viral. You know, the question is, did that other passenger go over the line? Take a look.
Yes.
My dogs are barking today.
It's a debate often seen 30,000 feet in the air, how to toe the line over personal space. This morning, a photo posted on Reddit sparking thousands of comments showing a passenger's foot invading another passenger's space.
In this case, the woman who took it is not in the wrong because somebody's foot or sock or whatever it be, even hair in somebody else's space, would be inappropriate.
Travelers fed up.
That little bubble is your bubble. That does not mean put your leg inside someone else's bubble.
Flight attendants say these incidents are not uncommon, especially with seats squeezing closer as airlines pack passengers in.
People put their feet on the armrests in front of them, and sometimes they stretch out underneath the seat and go into someone's feet space in front of them.
According to Seat Guru, short-haul economy flights will see roughly 30 inches in between seats. And if you do discover an invasive foot, you can politely take action to give it the boot.
Just say, oh, I was hoping if it was okay, you could just move your arm or your foot. And then if they ignore that, I would just calmly alert a flight attendant.
Yeah, when you're trapped on a plane for a long time, calmly is kind of hard sometimes. Okay,
Truth.
So there's some tips that they give you. Sam, you're tall,
Okay.
so the flight attendants say you should sit in the aisle.
I like that.
So you have space to put your feet out.
And I do that.
When the carts aren't coming through.
Yeah.
I saw your foot right
It's
here.
already there. But I've never done that before in full disclosure, but it is comfy. I mean, when you've got long legs.
Don't do
Okay, so like there is kind of a rule of thumb.
Okay.
And this little bar here is a good guide for all of us. It's actually there for safety purposes so that your luggage, when you put it under your seat, stays put in case there's like turbulence or some sort of emergency event.
Right.
But it should also kind of be a visual guide for you that that's your space. Keep it inside the bar. Once you poke through the bar, you are in someone else's zone.
So that's not good. It's right here. So that's not good right there.
But
Don't
we
do
can
that.
agree socks on top of the seat is not okay. We can agree on that.
At least you had socks on.
I do.
Hey,
and I have shoes on.
Stay on your side of that fence.
Yes,
That's
sir.
basically what
Michael,
they're saying.
you couldn't even get here.
I draped my legs over the back
There's
of the
no
seat.
room for you here.
All right, thank you both for that case study. We appreciate it.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Lots of great stuff here. So go on, click.
Getting a driver's license may not feel like a ticket to freedom for a lot of teens and young adults like it used to.
Offhand, I'd say you failed.
Failed? Hoping to avoid moments like that, less and less of Gen Z, roughly defined as people born between 97 and 2010, are on the roads.
I'm from New Orleans, which is sort of notorious for having bad drivers. I don't want to put myself in this situation.
Today, just 25% of 16-year-olds have any kind of driver's license. Compare that to nearly 3 decades ago when that number was more than 40%. Why do all of that when you have things like public transportation, ride sharing, and food delivery apps?
The modern accessibility for getting rides and all of that has sort of balanced out the fact that I don't have a license.
It's also part of some broader shifts we're seeing among Gen Z. They're drinking less.
I know the influence, I know the impact, and I know the vibes.
Sleeping earlier. And across social media, viral content focused on staying in more, self-care, and staying home.
No, because I've got a plan.
What do you mean?
You'll find out.
Why? Part of it may have to do with the fact that their coming of age was interrupted.
Many of these young adults really kind of finished middle school or high school in the pandemic where everything shifted to online. So in real life, kind of interactions seemed less important.
They're spending a lot of their time glued to their phones. Just about half of teens say they're online almost constantly, double that from 2015, according to a recent Pew study. In some cases, dramatically changing how they socialize, according to health officials. Another part, finances. 85% of Gen Z citing one or more barriers to achieving financial success. One expert citing a financial hierarchy when it comes to spending, maybe less on a focus on getting a car and paying insurance and more on groceries and paying off student loans.
I think driving and owning a car just is kind of falling down because there's so many new options that they can utilize. It just isn't the thing that used to be the most priority for other people.
The outcome of some of those financial decisions, some call it an introvert economy.
Instead of trying to figure out how to do it and potentially failing, it's just easier to stay kind of to yourself.
Which could be good for long-term health trends, but potentially exacerbating the loneliness epidemic. Last year, nearly a quarter of Gen Z adults reported always or often feeling lonely over the past 12 months, compared to 18% of millennials, according to the American Enterprise Institute's Survey Center on American Life. But it doesn't have to stay that way.
I'm hoping that as that maturity continues to happen, that thing also impacts how lonely we feel and how we can increase connected communities so that we can decrease some of these other issues.
Dana is joining us now. Dana, you talked about it a little bit there on technology, right? And the way that these things can change so much of how we live. It's not just a Gen Z thing, though.
You're absolutely right, Hallie. In fact, a recent Health and Human Services survey found that approximately half of all U.S. adults have reported experiencing loneliness, with the highest rates among young adults. And despite the big prevalence there, less than 20% actually recognize it as a major problem. And one psychologist puts it this way. Her name is Dr. Jennifer Harstein. She says that when we combine the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the disconnect from others, with the fact that we're so virtually connected to one another, that some people have actually forgotten how to interact with people. She says even a lot of her patients find it awkward just having a conversation with others. So maybe today's a good reminder to call up a friend or make an effort to try to socialize with someone, because we're so used to our devices that time goes on, weeks, months, and you realize I haven't seen my friend in a long time. So hopefully a lot of people kind of get out of that feeling of loneliness, Hallie.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.